dimineața. Anunțurile astea au fost pentru cei care acum stau pe transmisiunea live și sunt convins că ei sunt foarte nerăbdători totuși să vadă cine și ce spune astăzi. Nu știu dacă ați observat, un om respectat.
So I don't know if you've seen that well-known person made a posting today about conferences where we come, make selfies, important people come, and there is no outcome. This for sure is not true about today's event. We've reached the 9th edition, and I have been always wondering if the wording is correct. Maybe first fighting corruption as a condition to reform justice, because normally we shouldn't have reached the 9th edition and still keep talking about. I am sorry, I'm making a confusion with the festival, National Theatre Festival. It reached the 9th edition. That's why I'm confused, because during the day we speak about justice reform, and during the evening we go to the theatre. And it's good that it's not vice versa. And some people might think that this is a theatre. No, it is not a theatre. So you can see on the logos you can see the first logo of the Center for Legal Justice. It's an organization that is well known, and the US flag for many years I have been working for an American organization for Europe, and everybody would say that you are working for US, and I say no, I am paid by US, but I work for Moldova. And when military people from Northern Carolina come to build a school somewhere in the village, that's the proof. And maybe some people are wondering, why do Americans care about that village school? And when I had the opportunity, I would say that this is the most visible reply to those that are still complaining and amplifying this message that Americans want to conquer us. Americans want us to live well because we deserve it, and they know best that democracy is the building blocks of a good society. They tried it out in their country, they tried it out in Europe, and I want to thank them for this. I know what it means for them to take a part of their wealth and give it to us. I will keep the introduction short. You have the agenda. Those that are watching us on the internet, you can choose the segments that are most interesting for you. But then we will start with the first session. We invite heavy people on the stage in terms of positions and responsibility. So I will invite the Speaker of the Parliament, Mr. Igor Grosu, as a host. Then I'm inviting a representative of the Americans that I've been talking about. I believe that I did it in a persuasive way. Nina Maria Fait, Charge d'Affaires ad interim at the US Embassy in the Republic of Moldova, who has the key to the embassy, if I'm not mistaken. Yanis Majeix, our guy in the European Union and EU's guy here in Moldova. the one that has a great Romanian language, and Ilie Chertoacă, president of the Legal Resources Center from Moldova. Mr. Grosu, you have the floor. Good morning. So in the introduction you were saying our guys here, Americans, US guys in Moldova, we are surrounded by friends, and that's actually true. We are among friends, friends that understand us, friends that understand what we are trying to do, that we are trying to do it in a frank way, we do it for our people, we do not do it because it is in fashion or we have seen somewhere some good practices and we want to implement it in the Republic of Moldova. All of the transformations, everything that we will be discussing today is done because we need it, not because someone is thinking day and night when Moldovans will start reforming their justice sector. Thank you for this invitation. I am for the first time in this forum, the 6th edition. Maybe we will make it to the 9th edition. You made Volens know it's a kind of premonition. Okay, let's make the summary then at the 7th edition so that it is quicker. So this is a very important event. This is a platform where we have the civil society present, representatives from the justice sector, of the prosecution, other institutions, National Anti-Corruption Center, the institutions in participating in justice sector reform and fighting corruption. I will start with myself. I represent a political force, a political party that, when it was established, committed to judiciary reform and fighting corruption. And we made the same commitments when I was. I made the same commitments when I was elected as speaker. This is an an objective that. Now, looking back, we realize that we have underestimated it. We underestimated the efforts needed to implement it. We underestimated the resistance that is still in place, and because nobody can hear us and we can speak among ourselves, we can admit that we still have resistance and it will not disappear, it will stay. We should not make any illusions. But the direction that we took is irreversible. Another vector, another approach cannot exist. And I've said on other opportunities, this train does not stop. Maybe somebody can try to slow it down, or could say that something has to be changed, but its speed depends on us. And I invited on other opportunities people to join us on this train and to continue reforming the judiciary. Those that do not want to get on the train, it's their right. They can take another job, another occupation, they can do it and fulfill their dreams in other areas. Now let's discuss our work. The Parliament managed, together with the partner support and the support of subject matter professionals, managed to vote some important things, and I will list them with your permission. Of course, we have to start with the amendment of Constitution to give more independence to judges. Then after we got the positive legal opinion of the Venice Commission, we focused on the legal framework on the vetting of judges and prosecutors. We are all aware of this process, which is an interesting process, to put it in a kind of milder terms, but it is an irreversible process. We made some significant changes on the law on the Supreme Court of Justice. We have realized that this is an institution that we have to pay attention to. We clarified the duties of the Anticorruption Prosecution Office, the legislation that allows issuing conviction in absentia, amendments to the process of selecting and promoting judges, and many others. By the way, last week the latest amendments entered into force, amendments to the criminal law that also came from you, from practitioners, from prosecutors, from judges who told us about the needs of these changes. The Minister of Justice made a huge work, and last week these amendments entered into force. Looking back, I would like to make a last conclusion that the judiciary reform and fighting corruption is not that much about laws, because I think passing a law is the easiest thing that can be done. We have your support, we have external support, we have a parliamentary majority, and this can be done quickly. The Venice Commission, you have seen this year, last year, I think we were we had a lot of attention from the Venice Commission. They have a rule that you have to queue up, but when you kindly ask them, you somehow managed to skip the line, to skip the queue. And we were sometimes the ones who kindly asked to get their recommendations and their legal opinion quicker, because we needed it quicker. So as I've said, it is not about laws, but about changes within the system. And here we have difficulties, but in spite of difficulties, we have a Supreme Court of Magistracy, a Supreme Council of Magistracy, Supreme Council of Prosecutors. We have to congratulate ourselves for that. But according to my estimations, we have lost about 6 months. And why? We will not go into details. You know very well what happened. We could have done it from the very beginning. We could have organized the meetings, but that's what happened because of the resistance that I mentioned and the attempts to slow down the process. Okay, now we have the Supreme Court of Justice with its vacancies that have to be occupied. We already have a beginning, we have a start, and the expectation of citizens, of politicians, is to increase the speed of all of the processes. We have those that passed the vetting, we have those that were elected by your communities, prosecutors, judges, and my kind request is that you need to have more courage, more transparency. You have support, and I believe that since independence, there was never so much freedom in terms of how to implement the law. You can disagree with me, but I say that now you have the most freedom to do this, and I encourage you to fully harness these opportunities. Another thing I would like to highlight is the working conditions for judges and prosecutors. By the way, last week we had a guest that we like very much, the chief prosecutor of EU, Mrs. Kodruca Kövesi. I agree with with everything that she says. There is nowhere in this world to have ideal conditions. For example, I'm appointed in a certain position, I got the key, I entered the institution, and everything is perfect for work. I have a perfect building, all of the positions are occupied, I have the best people working in those positions, the salaries are super attractive, the law is perfect. There is no such thing. I can tell you for sure. I worked in other ministries as well. I worked in the Ministry of Education, for example. That's a huge machinery, and more than half of a million of people are its beneficiaries, both direct and indirect. I also worked in the government, and I can tell you for sure that there is no ideal situation. You cannot say that I don't have proper working condition and I cannot work. No, you work with what you have. The capacities are built along the way. People get experience, people get courage and trust in their own forces, and they start believing that they can do it. They see that they are supported by the politics, they are supported by the Superior Council of Magistracy and prosecutors, and they keep on working. And yes, it's correct to mention this, the motivation, including salary motivations. We have budgeted for 2025 salary increases for those that will pass the vetting, of course. We had a stage in our history when we increased the salaries and we waited for a miracle, but the miracle did not occur. It's good to believe in miracles, but they are not real. Yes, salaries have to be increased. We will do that. But I have a kind request. The big difference between you and us politicians is that we meet every day with voters. We travel in towns, in villages, and very often we have a kind of we have a lot of answers to give, in particular with regards to judiciary reform and fighting corruption. And I want to tell them that we have to increase the salaries for judges, for prosecutors. We have to increase the salaries of your support staff. But I need arguments. And the only argument that I will accept and the voters will accept, because we are on the same page, so the only argument is tangible results. The formula is simple. So I can tell them, look, this team or this case file where our judges, together with prosecutors and those with the anti-corruption and with money laundering prevention, managed to recover this amount into the state budget. For example, we increase the salaries for 400 judges. We need this amount of money to increase the salaries. But the people in the system, through their work, could recover this amount. And the people in this way will see this cause-effect relationship between increasing the salaries and the tangible outcome. And of course, dear colleagues, because I see you as my colleagues, so I encourage you to make sure that all of the transformation should have a horizon. Our horizon is 2028. Mr. Ambassador could say that I am too optimistic, but we are short of time. 2028 European integration. We have to be ready for that, and you have to make your contribution in your area. I am not a lawyer, and maybe thanks God that I'm not a lawyer, but you know best what are the solutions, what tools you need to. The Parliament will help you, but I repeat, we need arguments, we need actions, and I see that we have good people in the system. We have courageous prosecutors, we have courageous officers, prosecutors, but we need more courage. So that's what I'm asking for. I'm sorry, maybe my introduction was too long. I feel that I have to ask you a question when you speak about your pain. Thank you very much for this introduction. So continuing this metaphor, joining the train, we have to say that unfortunately, in addition to those that refuse to get on the train, there are some people who are trying to derail the train. They try to, I don't know, stop the train and rob it or somehow derail it in other ways. And we also have the so-called waiters that are waiting to see who will win and what forces to join. In this context, I would like to give the floor to Nina Maria Fait. She will tell us during this period of time when we have 10 elephants on a spider net and the spider net is not breaking, what should the authorities do? So please, if you can tell us something about this.
Bună dimineața.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker Grossu, Ambassador Mayex, dear colleagues and partners. I am honored to participate in this forum, Judiciary Reform and Fighting Corruption. I appreciate the vision and efforts shown by the Legal Resources Center from Moldova in consistently organizing this event over the past 6 years. This forum is an opportunity to analyze the progresses, to evaluate challenges, and to discuss the best practices in promoting the judiciary reform, the efforts of fighting corruption in Moldova. This is an opportunity for the government of the Republic of Moldova, for international partners, and for Moldovan citizens to remain engaged in the significant progress achieved in the judiciary.
No. I have a few more words at the end. In Moldova, the rule of law is not just a legal doctrine, but a cornerstone of your aspirations for a fair and just society. It ensures that no one is above the law and that every citizen, regardless of status, has the right to be treated fairly and justly. The law must be applied by law enforcement agencies consistently and impartially, and the law's fair application must ensure that political leaders, along with everyone else, can be legally and publicly accountable in the courts. Unfortunately, a historic lack of transparency in the prosecution and judicial processes has severely undermined public confidence and bred suspicion of political bias or outright corruption among prosecutors and judges. This deficit of public confidence underlines the importance of transparent and streamlined government decision-making and fully empowered, staffed, and independent corruption-fighting institutions like the National Anti-Corruption Center, the National Integrity Authority, and the Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office. It is also important to continue empowering anti-corruption reformers, not just in government, but also in the civil society and the media, to provide oversight and deter misconduct. These steps are essential for maintaining public trust in Moldova's institutions and fostering a culture of accountability. And I know they are the focus of ongoing justice reform and anti-corruption efforts. Speaker Grosu mentioned quite a number of efforts that the government has undertaken, and I really think we have to applaud all of those, because there are so many steps that have to be done and undertaken, and it's a continual effort and a continuous effort, so I very much appreciate that. I also want to talk about, I have had a long diplomatic career, and I've served in quite a number of different places around the world, and I've seen firsthand the toll that corruption can take on societies. It destroys the people's lack of faith in government. It reduces the money that's available to fund social services, to fund education, to fund healthcare. And it creates a culture of despair about the future for that population. I've also seen what happens when a government takes a firm stand, when it prosecutes corrupt individuals, and when it partners with other countries to secure sanctions against those individuals and organizations. I've seen a sense of hope grow in the population, because first off, they can't believe that someone has actually been thrown in jail, because they haven't seen that for however many years before. And so those people see a better future for themselves and for their country. And I also caution that it's not an overnight change, because that population has also probably grown up with a sense that, hey, someday I'm going to get a hold of some of those extra funds. The corruption's going to benefit me. And so you have to also change how a population thinks. And it's a long, and an arduous journey. So, pentru a elimina
to eliminate corruption, courage is needed, determination and perseverance is needed. I appreciate the progress made by Moldova in fighting corruption. I am sure that this effort will further increase until Moldovans will be able to trust that their judiciary ensures real accountability and equity for everyone. Moldovan people should know that they are not alone on this difficult journey. United States will remain a close and active partner, supporting the efforts of Moldovan people, including by consistent support
of Moldova's judges and prosecutors, strengthen the police, the judiciary, correction systems, and the country's independent anti-corruption agencies, expand and enhance citizens' access to justice. As our support to Moldova continues, so also will efforts to coordinate with Moldova's other international partners to maximize the impact of our collective efforts and support a more democratic, peaceful, and secure Moldova anchored in Europe. Eu espero, se cred.
I hope and believe that this forum would further contribute to setting the agenda for the continuous, real, effective, and sustainable reform in Moldova. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Veit, who feels the need to listen to the translation. Please take the translation devices, because I believe we'll have more mixed speeches ahead. And now it is my pleasure to give the floor to the EU ambassador to the Republic of Moldova. So maybe I presented much too familiar as our guy, but he looks kind and polite with us, but he's also exigent and direct and categoric when he has to tell us straight to what we have to do and where we lost time. So, Ambassador, please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for the introduction, esteemed Speaker of the Parliament, esteemed Mrs. Fait, dear participants, dear friends. I am honored to be today here with you and to address an important topic for all of us, a topic that is important for Moldovan citizens, for us professionals, and for the development partners supporting the Republic of Moldova.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the warm words. I'm very happy to be the mascot for the Moldovan authorities on the European path, if that helps. It is a real pleasure to be here, and thank you, the organizers, for organizing this for the sixth time. And I was thinking also, when you mixed this with the theater, that all the world is the stage, so I think it may also refer to a process that is so visible as is the process of the justice reform in Republic of Moldova. But it also is visible for a reason, because it is so important for the society and for the country's future. Because we, or rather you, need to build a system where the justice is independent, where the justice is impartial, and where it enjoys the trust of the citizens. And this is important not only for the country as a standalone, but also for the country as a future member of the European Union. We're very happy to see that the accession process has been ongoing and ongoing very fast, that the accession negotiations have already started, but in all this process that is going to be with you and with us for the coming years, we will see the importance of the reform of the judiciary and reform of fighting corruption, because these are the founding elements for any democracy that is to be part of the European Union. You have done a really great job so far. In fact, our appreciation for it has been higher than the expectations of the Moldovan leadership themselves, because quite often it has been us telling our Moldovan partners, now in fact it's not realistic to be pushing so fast. Sometimes we have been the ones pushing for more moderate pace of the reforms, because the country does have just one chance to do it right, and it is doing it right. The pre-vetting process is at the final stage. Now there are functioning self-governing bodies for judges and prosecution, the Supreme Council of Magistracy and Supreme Council of Prosecution. These are very important steps, and at the same time it is only the beginning. And that's also part of the story, that these administrative bodies need to continuously be strengthened so that they can work effectively. Same for the process, the ongoing process of vetting of judges and prosecution, and I'm very happy that we, together with the United States and with the Netherlands, have been able to partner very strongly in support of these processes that are also with broader implications for Moldova's EU accession process. But this needs to continue so that the judiciary operates with integrity, impartiality and independence. And it is equally important that these processes of change have built the credibility and effectiveness of these services. Also, the Supreme Court that is ongoing reforms in line with Venice Commission recommendations. The first appointments of the vetted Supreme Court judges have already indeed been made, and the very important appointment of the Prosecutor General following a transparent and merit-based process. So a lot has been achieved, and if anything, then one of the challenges now is also to convey this message to the broader public. Because as professionals, we know that these are moves in the right direction. I constantly refer to the process of judicial reform as a success story in the making, but it is important to convey this to the general public so that they also see this as a success story, and that they don't have too high expectations either. Because clearly I can't blame the granny in belts that she doesn't consider the justice reform as a success, because she still sees the corrupt judge. She doesn't see the Supreme Council of Magistracy. So what is important for everybody, all of us who are involved, to explain that yes, we have started from the top, working methodically so that this system can gradually get clean, and that some of these results will not be immediate, unfortunately, as much as we would want to see that. From the EU side, we are supporting this process, and we will continue supporting this. I will just have some highlights on this. One of it is the digitalization of the justice system, which is ongoing, and which we are supporting with projects to support the justice reform and the implementation of the automatic information system Justat, which is currently ongoing, and other necessary digitization initiatives. And that clearly will help to improve the justice delivery in Moldova, because modern technology is important in many areas in the Republic of Moldova, but justice is also one of these. Then the anti-corruption efforts, clearly the key to raising the public's trust in public institutions. There have been significant progress. There has been the delineation of the competences between the Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office and the NAC. Also, that there have been the investigations in high-profile cases. We have seen an increase in the number of investigations, which to me is a very good sign, because it doesn't mean that you have more corruption, but that there is more work against it. Just it is important that this work then gets to its logical consequence, that there are also the judgments in these cases. Together with the Council of Europe, we are partnering to Partnership for Good Governance program to reinforce the institutional capacities of the specialized anti-corruption bodies in Moldova, which will also enhance the effective application of anti-corruption preventive measures in collaboration with the private sector and civil society organizations. And this brings me to a very important point, which is that it's not only about the state institutions, but it is also about the private bodies, including the economic stakeholders, who are the ones who quite often are suffering from the corruption of the judiciary, and very importantly, the work of the civil society and the journalists. And that is perhaps a selfish point to make, because we are the ones who are benefiting from your work, from your investigations. We are relying from your shadow reports when we are preparing the enlargement report on Republic of Moldova, so thank you for that, and please continue doing that. So it is clear that the Republic of Moldova has made great progress, and we do see the strong commitment by everyone to continue in this path. The road to integration is going to be challenging one. It has been challenging one. It will continue to be challenging. But what is clear, it is that it is worth the effort, not because you're doing something for the European Union, but because you're doing it for your citizens, who are going to be the ultimate beneficiaries, whether the country chooses to be a member of the European Union, which of course I hope, and I think that this is the best avenue for the country's development. But irrespective of that path, if you get strong and uncorrupt judiciary, I think your citizens will be thanking you for decades. Thank you. Mulțumesc.
Mulțumim, domnule ambasador. Acum
Thank you, Ambassador. And now the biggest challenge, of course, is for the adversaries of joining EU to understand in a while that it's better to be part of EU than part of the other part, where you've seen maybe during a certain event about water, a dig broke and turned out into a catastrophe. So the corrupt people need to understand that it's not profitable anymore to be corrupt. It's more advantage to be honest, to be frank, to earn your living in an honest way, to have the benefits. Of course, first you'll have the moral benefits and after that the material benefits, because a corrupt judge or prosecutor will never be able to persuade someone who is poorer that it's more profitable to be honest. But things are changing. But at the same time, we do understand why people are not patient. Well, there are some progresses, some of them are visible, maybe not, they are not achieved as quickly as we wanted, but at the same time it's easier to criticize while just monitoring the process rather than engaging in the process and helping implement it. And I believe it's very easy to say that the power has monopolized everything and it's their duty to do it and so on. And that's why, at the end of this session, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Ilie Kirtoak, President of the Legal Resources Center from Moldova. He will tell us what they are doing. And why they want to keep on organizing this forum year after year. Esteemed Speaker of the Parliament, Mr. Grosso, dear Charge d'Affaires, Mrs. Fait, Ambassador Annex Max, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 6th edition of our forum. I would like to tell you how this forum started and why we are here and what we aim to do. Everything started in 2019 when we had the first edition, at a time when things were quite difficult in the judiciary. The European Union suspended the macro-financial support because of the lack of a visible progress in this crucial sector. Back then, the team of the Legal Resources Center from Moldova introduced this forum as a platform for sincere, difficult but ambitious discussions about the judiciary reform, about the needed, complex and difficult reforms without which we cannot move on. These efforts were supported by the authorities, our development partners, but I believe most importantly supported by the people's wish to have an equitable judiciary which respects human rights. Today we are here at the 6th edition at a time when the situation looks very different from the situation we had initially. We have visible progresses. We already have established the key institutions in the judiciary. We have some people that pass the vetting process. These achievements are confirmed not only by trustworthy international reports, but also by the prospects Moldova gained to join the European Union. For example, Rule of Law Index in 2016-2019 found that the Republic of Moldova was stagnating. In the past 5 years, it confirms that our country went up by 20 positions. So this is another confirmation of the fact that we are moving towards the right direction. However, while we are admitting and recognizing the achievements made, we are here to discuss the challenges that are still in place. The presence of people in the system that are still promoting their own interest, lack of human and capital resources, and maybe the most important thing, resistance within the system. These are complex challenges, but it's still possible to overcome them. And with our EU integration aspiration, justice reform and fighting corruption should remain the key of our focus. And solutions can be found only as a result of sincere dialogue and open debates. Our forum offers this opportunity for professionals in the judiciary to have these open debates, to exchange ideas and to promote values, integrity, appointments on the basis of merit, and assuming responsibilities to do complicated things, even though this is not easy. We would also want to highlight the examples of integrity within the system. Professional judges, prosecutors, officers who work with dedication in an honest way assume responsibilities to continue these reforms. They deserve our appreciation. We will have 2 days of intense debates, and I would like to highlight the importance of all of the panels, of all of the session, but the most important one, the summary one, together with the Minister of Justice, we will formulate the conclusions and we will agree on the future directions. I would like to thank the Minister and the team of the Minister of Justice for their openness. I would like also to thank the Superior Council of Magistracy, Superior Council of Prosecutors, National Anti-Corruption Center, General Prosecutor for their cooperation and transparency. Of course, I cannot finish my introductory part without thanking the US government, the US Embassy team, for their constant support, for supporting the reforms. We would like to thank you not only for your support, but also for your courage, in particular for your courage. It would have been much easier for you to support more popular causes, but you have chosen to engage in initiatives that require courage and a lot of determination. Thank you very much. And I invite you to stay with us today and tomorrow. In addition to the great speakers, we also have experts from more than 10 countries, professionals, well-known professionals, and even if you are tempted to get information from various channels, I encourage you to get information from the first source, our Facebook page, where we are online and you can view us, and also on Zoom platforms where you can ask questions.
So I invite you to participate in the discussions and to get pleasure from our communication during these 2 days, and to have the possibility to discuss what is done well and what is not so, and to follow the changes and modifications in the justice system. Thank you very much, and we start our forum. Thank you very much, Mr. Kirtoka. I will announce the closing of the introductory part of our forum. Thank you very much. And now you can take your seats in the room. We have some short technical break in order to change the position of the chairs, and then we will invite and will offer the floor to the next participants. As you have already seen the agenda, and we are going to offer the floor to 2 ministers to offer them the floor for the dialogue, and those who are following the discussion process, we encourage you to ask questions in order to have enough possibility to get the answers to your questions. And the monitoring is fulfilled. And also I ask the audience, as Mr. Kirtoka has already mentioned, the agenda of our forum And I consider that this is the unique occasion for the closing of the Olympiad with the American actor who was driving the bike, and the organizers specially created for us on Wednesday the special session. We will have Mr. Sir William Broder, KMG. Sorry, my English is not so good and it is difficult for me to pronounce correct, but he is the medal prizer. And also we will have the possibility to discuss with Mr. Magnitsky, who is well known in his discussions worldwide. And we will have the possibility to have Mr. Magnitsky together with us. And we will discuss the movement of the world. And now we will discuss the corruption fighting from the point of view of the justice institutions. It is a very critical issue, and also we will have the possibility to express the opinions about the external assessment. And we will have many possibilities to discuss many interesting topics. Taking into consideration that we are many in numbers together with Mrs. Kyotovich, and we totally agree with Mr. Ion Grosso on what way we are following and where we would like to follow our way in the future, because sometimes we are in so interesting situations that sometimes we cannot find the suitable solution to the challenges and troubles. So the discussions will be fruitful within our forum. We encourage you to be active, to fulfill our agenda and program. This is our way of communication and discussion. Me being obliged to listen to everybody, and sometimes I am inspired, and I am very dedicated to these discussions, because the speakers matters much, namely when we speak about the constitution reform. And we presume that the order and well-being will be the critical issues in this process. Of course, not only for the citizens of our country, but also for those who assist and support us, because we have to move forward. You have noticed that the obligations matter much, and if we speak about the parliament, not everybody, but the activists who are active in all sides, I consider it correct, working in such a way at the conditions which are created in the world now. So you will have the possibility to take the floor, everybody who would like to express your opinion or points of view. This is the principles of democracy. Sorry that I am speaking so much, but now we will make the we will start our dialogue about the justice policies between Lithuania and Moldova. And with great pleasure, I am going to offer the floor to the Minister of Justice from Republic of Lithuania and Veronika Mihailov-Muraro, the Minister of Justice of Republic of Moldova. Ms. Ines Libina Engir, Ministry of Justice of Republic of Lithuania, and Ms. Veronika Mihailov-Muraro, the Ministry of Justice of Republic of Moldova. And the exchange of experience in this domain and the domain of the digitalization, I hope it will be very fruitful and useful for you and also necessary, because the professionals are going to share their experience with us, what good lessons they had and what is important from the point of view of the Lithuania, the experience that and skills they gained. Now the organizers are going to inform us if the technical break has been finished. Please be patient some minutes more. Yes, the next session we will start with our speakers. So, we offer the floor to our speakers. And I would like to take my chance and to ask Mr. Grebincha, when he moved from the chairman of CJM to another position, tell us please some words about your impressions. What is the situation? What is your opinion? If you can, in some words, share your experience. So from the backside, we can see you better. But I always continue to say, so much time as we have the courage to dream that everything could be changed to the better, nothing will be possible. But if we speak about the inevitability of this reform, this is the critical issue. What do you think? This domain will be improved? Because your activity before was completely different. Do we follow the correct, irreversible way? Or are we going to follow the pro-European reforms? The inevitability, it doesn't belong to the justice. This is just the root of the things which happen around. And I can say that there are not inevitable things in this world. This is not an excuse. We have to be strong in order to modify, change, and to put our impact into this inevitability. We have now great chance now and for the future to gain the trust, and in case of the fears, nothing will be changed. This is not the reason to give up. And our guests have arrived to the room, and with a great pleasure I offer the floor to Ms. Ines Libina Engir, the Minister of Justice of Republic of Lithuania, and Ms. Veronika Mihailov-Muraro, the Ministry of Justice of Republic of Moldova, and the co-participant of the organizational session. You are offered the floor, please. So, the topics that we have discussed before will be continued in the future. Till now, we tried to hope that this collaboration will be a very fruitful one. And also, we hope that that dialogue between two ministers of justice will be also useful and fruitful for everybody. And my opinion is that the feminization of the political class plays a very good role. And at the end, at last, the European people understood that the women also can take the political positions, and the men will admire by your knowledge. So, dear ministers of justice of Lithuania, you are offered the floor and the time for the discussion.
Distinguished minister, all the guests of the conference, this is really an honor here to be in front of you and also to discuss the very important issue for every European and for every Latvian, for every Moldovan, how the justice impacts our life, how the justice impacts our democracy, and what is the justice path within the EU as we are marking our 20th anniversary of being a full member of the European Union this year. So Latvia entered the European Union in 2004, and this 20 years history was very important for our country and very important also for our society. We can say that one generation has already lived in the European Union. And looking back to the challenges before and the challenges today, because there is a lot of challenges every day, that is not like entering the EU or other international organization. The life changes and this is just an easy work. No, this won't be like this. But I can really see that the justice system was one of the really important cornerstones to build self-efficient statehood in a way that people really can trust the authorities, and if there is an issue they want to deal with, they can always apply to an independent justice branch, knowing that there be a solution. And of course, building trust in justice, it's very long-term investment. And if we look back now and the sociology of how the Latvian society trusts the justice, we see that it's now 49%, it's not 100, but this we see as a really good result in a way that it hasn't been always like this. And we have started with much lower numbers, introducing a lot of reforms, and every reform was discussed. Every reform took a lot of political decisions, took a lot of discussion within the society. We have introduced a special administrative branch of justice. We have recently established a specialized economic court. We have reformed our procedures for criminal cases. We have reformed our procedures for civil cases. The length of procedures was always a very hot topic, that every court proceeding should have a reasonable time limit to come to an effective judgment, and the politicians always wanted to have a shorter period. The judges were always opposing that you have to go step by step and you can't like just look as a goal that it is short. The goal should be really justice, not the length. So I think all these challenges you are facing in your path, they are really, really the same that every country does. Maybe the possibility right now is just a concentration of all the challenges having because of your great goal to achieve the membership of the EU, and then you have to go step by step and showing all these achievements maybe in a shorter period of time. But I would like to really encourage you, because you have a lot of friends. Latvia is one of your really good friends already in the European Union. We have a very good cooperation with the Madam Minister, and already have agreed on several expertise issues that we can really deliver. So this is a very, very important part of becoming a more wealthy country, because justice and trust in justice is not because justice needs the trust or the society needs the justice. This is because justice is also a part of wealth. If there's justice, if people believe the justice system, if the investors, the national and foreign investors believe the justice system, then the money is coming into the economy. If the money is coming into the economy, people are having better lives. And if the people have better lives, they really trust their politicians, they really trust their country, and they trust that their children will have better life. And this is the reason why we have European Union, why we have other international organizations, and why we actually stand for democracy. So these are just the opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me ask you, am să vă rog și
So I kindly ask you and the Minister of the Republic of Moldova to tell us in a couple of words what are the criteria of judiciary efficiency. The Speaker of the Parliament told that he would like to have some evidence, some arguments from the judiciary so that they can increase their salaries. Tell us, how much money have you returned back to the economy? Because people are waiting for the thefts and criminals to be in jail. They would like to see a kind of earthquake, like the arrest of Pavel Duro in France. Everybody said that's an efficient judiciary. And vice versa. When Mongolia did not want to arrest Putin, they said, look, this is a country that runs against the international system. So can you tell you a couple of criteria that, in your opinion, shows an efficient judiciary reform, in particular in the Republic of Moldova? That's a question to you and to the Minister of the Republic of Moldova. Thank you.
I think the only currency, how to say, is the trust. And trust needs time. I think any punishment of any perpetrator is important, that we see the democracy is alive and that the law is the same for everyone. Because if there is the feeling that the law applies only to the common people, but they are a caste which have all the immunities and nothing can happen to them, this feeling is like a cancer. Corruption is like a cancer. The trust can't come in such circumstances. And only if the trust is built, and if you really believe that everyone is equal according to the law, only after some time you can see that also the trust is coming, that investors are coming, investing, believing that their money is safe. And therefore, we don't have so much time. Also, Moldova needs the trust now. Therefore, the reforms have to be much faster to deliver the trust much faster. And I can't say you amount of money, especially in these crimes you mentioned, but the Russian terrorist regime actually is doing right now to the international law order, and that the trust is actually diminished, that no one is really believing that the international law could react in a way we would expect. And this is, of course, also changing the mindset, how the international law was built. But this is also a window of opportunity for us to find a solution, because without this trust into international law order, we also can't exist. So therefore, especially finding the legal solutions, how to find a way to bring these perpetrators, especially the Troika of the Russian Federation, accountable, that there is a special tribunal who is then active when the war is over, in a way that the Ukraine has won. I think this is very important for the international organization, that we are ready for that we know what we will be doing, not just discussing in legal terms and political terms, but that every citizen understands that there will be a tribunal, there will be punishment, and everyone believes that this is very, very important, and this is something we as ministers have to deliver, and therefore we have a lot of important conferences we have to gather, we have to talk, we have to find the solution. And I can just say that Moldovan minister has always been very, very active. We had a special conference in Riga last year. This date, last year in Riga, and several days ago also in Vilnius, looking how we as like-minded countries see that we stop talking but start acting. But honestly saying, this is also, we have lost a lot of time in discussions. We have to deliver decisions and actions, and I'm very thankful that we are like-minded countries and we can do so.
Mulțumim, doamna ministră. Eu îmi permit.
Thank you very much, dear Minister. And me, being the journalist, will be very glad to make a comment. The cancer is a disease, it has the biological basis, but the illegal treatment and the complex of the treatment could be poisonous, which elaborately is introduced into the society, and the people have the illusion that it is spread over and the people are poisoned. But in this case, the people become poisoned. They like this way of the approach, and they master some tools to continue their activity and to follow the opinions that the justice has no benefits for us. So, in continuation, we invite and we offer the floor to Minister of Justice of Republic of Moldova, Ms. Mihailov Moraro. Thank you very much, dear Minister. Thank you very much that you accepted the invitation to participate in this panel, and you are ready to discuss the policies which matter for us much, as Mr. Botnaru has already mentioned, and I will share with you the first idea which came to my head as a criteria of the measurement for the justice system. Of course, the level of the trust of the society matters much. We have one policy document which was adopted by the Parliament in 2020. It refers to the justice, and it speaks about the policy in this sector until 2025. The fundamental of this document is the analysis of the people's trust in the system. At the very beginning, the trust was very low, but with the time, the level of the trust, namely from 2020 till 2021, the trust grew, and social and political issues mattered much for us during this year. Also, with the low level of trust from the people and the other criteria which determined to take the other types of the measures, it was the high level of the corruption within the justice system and including the public service institutions that constated the fact that the existing mechanisms were not functioning well, and we had the possibility to restabilize this segment in order to reach the good attitude from the society. So as a result, we would like to thank Mrs. Minister, who told us about the principles of the formation within the justice. We had many different reforms in this domain referring to corruption. And we know that Lithuania, one of the Baltic countries, adopted these changes quicker than we, with the well-structured, from the justice point of view, policies. So we can ask why Baltic countries adopted all the modifications so quickly, but Moldova not. So practical issues is one aspect, and the second aspect refers to the determination and responsibility for the policy adoption from the social point of view. We didn't have, unfortunately, such experience before. Some of the institutions were reformed, and the national integrity took place, and the corruption issues. And we came to the situation that in 2019, the statistical data showed that the trust in justice was extremely low. And almost the second or the third citizen of Republic of Moldova didn't have any trust in justice and in judges. So we thought about some important basic elements which will bring to the changes. And this decision, extraordinary decision, was taken referring the integrity to judges and to justice to be introduced in the justice system as a whole. And also the Justice Acts were reviewed. We tried to elaborate a well-structured mechanism which will be effective and stable, which will be effective at different situations. For example, when the person applies with a complaint to receive immediate response. This also was the initial part of the reform. One more point refers to our department and justice system, and here we speak about the transparency. In order to increase the level of the trust, not only in the prosecutor's office, but in the justice system as well, and to offer the more accessibility for the citizens to follow the services which are available for them. All these duties and responsibilities, you know them very well. We are very competitive, and we dedicated ourselves totally. They were initiated in 2022, and we are still in the process of reform of justice. And the third point, which was critically important for us, was the corruption elimination. All these issues were referred to the improvement of the situation in the country in general, to eliminate the corruption acts, to create the well-being for the citizens, and to construct the trust from the citizens in the system. And those actors in justice, here we speak about the justice institutions, through the newly introduced measures will improve the economic and political situation in the country as well. we have the justice system, efficient one, which works effectively, and we are sure that its functionality in the future will bring us good results. So we are going also at the first stage, at the modifications. The Superior Council of the Prosecutors has taken the decision to introduce these innovations in order to improve the trust due to the citizens. Much attention was paid to the human rights protection. The international responsibilities and accountabilities matter much, and it was constated by our European partners that the mechanism which was elaborated is effective, and we now can follow the good results. Many articles are published in the newspapers about the human rights, following domestic rights, the protection of the children's rights, the improvement of the situation with the discrimination, the capacity of the actioning of the ombudsman. So all these issues are extremely critical to know, being the minister. What does it mean, and to inform the citizens about their rights and services available. So if we speak about the corruption, we structured good, fruitful cooperation with the different justice institutions. We offer all necessary tools. We are open to improve the situation in the legislation, and we are sure that these modifications and changes are going to follow the following years. And as you have mentioned, dear Minister, that dialogue matters much. We also paid much attention to the necessity, and these discussions took place in the Superior Council of the Prosecutors about the human rights, because not always the legislation offers all the possibilities to find out proactive solutions to some certain cases. But the independence here means the responsibility and accountability, and it cannot exist in the isolation. And also it refers to the fulfillment of accountability and responsibilities which are prescribed. And now, if we speak about the national legislation and what is the compatibility of our national legislation, I'm sure that during the following years we will see the reflection of these innovations and reforms, and they will reflect in the usage of the European directives, and they will have the positive effect not inside of the country to the internal processes, influencing better the citizens of our country, but the appliance of international standards will bring the fruitful results too. All these things will create the integrity and the efficiency, the needed time. We are not going to use any disastrous measures for the reforming, and we would not like to start our process many times from the very beginning. We are going to take the good experiences from our colleagues, and we have made the research at the ministry. The results which were shown us by our members from the EU and the quality of the directive usage were impressive, using these well-structured mechanisms with the new standards. If we speak about the salaries and the allocation of the financial means, of course, this field desires to be improved. And here we speak about all the representatives from the justice field. And unfortunately, we challenge not sufficient diligence and the services which are offered of our justice. Thank you very much, dear Minister, for this short review. I will continue our dialogue endless, but unfortunately, we have our agenda. We will have much discussions about diligence and dear Minister, in this session, the next session, we are going to continue our discussion. Thank you very much for these speeches, and thank you for the time that you dedicated to us. And if we speak about the trust from my personal side, I can share my total trust towards justice. And I will express my respect to your position, because it matters much and it is extremely important for us, citizens of Moldova, because we address you, but you have to be effective in your steps. And the same way you will follow the citizens of Republic of Moldova. Thank you very much. Now, we are going to have a short break. Thank you very much. In order to change the design of our scene, we need some technical break. And I would not like to speak about unpleasant cases which happened with a journalist, but Hello, please take your seats. We continue our activity. Those who are drinking coffee, you can take your coffee in the room and continue your pleasure. This session is going to be the most pleasant for me, if I can say in such a way. And now we are going to discuss with the judges, with the ministers, and almost all participants have much experience and skills in this domain, and they are going to share with us. If we speak about the judges, they will have one of the judges who is going to be our speaker is busy now with the press release at the mass media sources, and so you had the possibility to share your opinions in the interviews with the representatives of mass media. And it is important that the process of reforming will continue because it is a complicated, complex process, and it takes a longer time than it initially planned. And please, the speakers are invited to take their seats at the scene. And in case if you didn't finish to drink your coffee, you are welcome to take it and to take your seat in the room. During this session of our forum, we are going to discuss the external evaluation or assessment in judge and good lessons. You are invited to take your places at the scene in order to follow our agenda. Those speakers who are going to take their word during this session will be the following. Ms. Veronica Mikhailov-Moraru, the Ministry of Justice of Republic of Moldova, Mr. Sergiu Karaman, the Chairman of the Superior Council of the Magistrates, and thank you very much for that pleasant opening introductory part that impressed us greatly. Also, we are going to have Ms. Mariana Kerpek, who is the member of the Superior Council of the Prosecutors. And online participants, we are going to have Mr. Herman von Hebel, the chairman of the Pre-Vetting Commission. Also, Scott Bales, the chairman of the Vetting Commission. Thank you very much for the admission of our invitations. Also, we will have the discussion with Mr. Sakia Devries, the member of the Commission of the Prosecutors Assessment. And also Mr. Konstantin Verdelashvili is together with us. He is the chairman of the Department of the Democratization of ODIHR, Poland. Thank you very much for the possibility you found out to participate in this session. And you are offered the floor, dear speakers. Good morning again. Thank you very much for offering us the opportunity to discuss all these important processes which refer to the implementation of the reforming in the justice. And this matters much for us because so much effort and attention is paid from the government of Republic of Moldova. And thank you very much for those accountability and responsibility that you refer to the fulfillment of this reforming in the Republic of Moldova, because it matters us much to follow the way of the European integration. And it is even if we confront any challenges, we have to be strong enough to cope with everything. So the great interest from Ministry of Justice refers to the citizens who are going to benefit from all the documents and acts which refer to the activity of the prosecutors, namely in the criminal investigation cases. If we speak about the vetting exercises, here we have to speak about the fact that the first commission, basing on the legislative basis, will evaluate the candidates who are going to apply for the Superior Council of the Prosecutors. The first step of the evaluation is, at the present moment, is at the final stage. But we hope that in some days this exercise will be finished already. If we speak about the evaluation and assessment of the judges who are going to be the members of the Commission number 2, we here refer to the fact that the Justice Court has already identified 5 judges who are going to pass this process of the assessment and evaluation. And this exercise is fulfilled with the Commission number 1 and Commission number 2, which are responsible to verify the integrity, transparency, and the members of these commissions are the representatives of the prosecutor's office and judge system. If we speak about the other judges and prosecutors, they are going to pass the internal processes for the verification, which are identified by the Superior Council of the Prosecutors, and the evaluation exercise is going to be initiated very soon as the members of the Commission will identify the requirements for the assessment and evaluation processes. Then will be initiated the process of the assessment and evaluation of the judges, and all the processes of the evaluation and the assessments are going to be uniform way. So the implementation of this mechanism in the Republic of Moldova, and I'm very firm in my position, even if we can have different opinions towards the process of implementation, much critics referring the modality of the taking of the decisions, but nevertheless we are very strong in our decision that this reform has to be fulfilled and finalized successfully, because everybody understands that nothing perfect exists in this world. What does this mechanism look like? That all the elements which have to be elaborated during many years before, they are introduced now in this mechanism, and all those institutions which are involved in the process of the financial, ethnic and criminal investigations are the members of this process. If we speak about the candidates who applied for the assessment, we can say that they are absolutely different in their substantial skills, and we have constated that very often it was not correct and right identification of the real estate prices, or the candidates didn't present the tax payments to the state fiscal service. So they didn't fulfill the legal requirements. Also, they were constated and found out by the members of the Commission that the candidates had the many bank accounts, and they didn't have the possibility to offer the explanation of the existence and creation of these bank accounts. So the same process of selection is going to be applied towards the judges and the prosecutors. And and the question appears how the situation was created and what for the situation created, because the people who are taking these positions, they didn't use to declare everything transparently, and they even didn't have any idea about the requirements of such commissions and councils as exist now. Yes, we can say that many reforms were fulfilled. They referred to the integrity, and very little decisions were taken because the majority of these decisions had a negative impact, and the people had the possibility to address the Court of Appeal. So we have to clarify and to clean, if I can say, this system. Namely, if we speak about the process of the evaluation of the candidates, first of all, their principles have to be based on the functionality of their position. Where we are now? We are in the process, which continues. We have these two commissions. Superior Commission for the prosecutor, Superior Commission of the magistrates. We have the General Prosecutor. Some judges have been selected for their activity in justice system, and there are newly formed the local authority representatives, and also we have the constant dialogue with the Ministry of Justice, referring the unclear issues. So we can say that our reforms are moving in common and mutual collaboration. It refers to the disciplines of the prosecutors and judges, and it touches also the formation issues, the covering of all vacant positions. Even if we speak about the judge positions, we try to do our best in order to cover all the lack of the staff in this domain. We are constructing the new offices. We apply the management issues, but the most important issue here refers to restart the process of the law application, which will reflect on the trust of the citizens. It doesn't mean that the results will appear immediately and we are not going to have the arguments, but we have to be patient. If we speak about the measurement, the Commission is going to identify the rate of application, and the Judge Commission is going to look through 62 subjects. If we speak about the Prosecutors Commission, which started its activity not long ago, from 20 December 2023, and this service is absolutely new for us. They have 29 subjects for the discussion, and they have 15 candidates for the evaluation. And as we understood, many candidates applied, and the process of evaluation will prolong till September, October this year. So the applicability of these commissions could be characterized that it is important to follow all stipulated basic opinions, because 3 laws were modified, and here the importance here refers to the motivation of the opinions. So we would like to remind you that we are very limited in our agenda, and in case if you have some important conclusions, please present them to us in order to have sufficient time for the questions answers. Unfortunately, we are not satisfied with the mechanism which exists now, but the state doesn't give up, and the necessary exercise which was initiated for the first 2 years, is in the process of continuation. And if we speak about the criteria about the legislation and laws and about the prosecutors in function, this law refers to the member candidates. And here the good lesson refers to the lack of communication, lack of negotiation, lack of discussions. But I'm very glad that these two commissions, number 1 and number 2, publish everything publicly. The documents are absolutely transparent. And these commissions really push this mechanism to work effectively. And we have to make the distinction between those 3 effects which brought us to the arrow way. And we have to support and assist to the members of the Exercise Commission. Thank you very much. And before we are going to offer the floor the next speaker, I would like to open the brackets here. Valeria Turida, who represents the Superior Council of the Judge. Will you be so kind to make the conclusion of those processes which took place? Thank you. Hello, dear participants. I am going to present you some statistical informational data and some diagrams which refer to the Commission and candidates. If we speak about the activity of the pre-vetting commission, it refers to the membering in this commission, and it was the process of promotion. We took the information from the official site of Commission, and you can find also the official information from the official sites of these commissions. We took the data till 31st of August 2021. So the majority of the candidates who are the members of this commission activated or worked more than 6 months. That brings to the growth of promotion rate, and 47 candidates were not approved. And we also found out that during these 8 processes of evaluation, that some candidates didn't coincide to the requirements. These are the results of this commission CSP, and the percentage of promotion and unpromotional process shows us, and the members have the right to contestate these cases in the court. And the contestation process prolongs 6 months. If we speak about the candidates to the judge function, the majority of the applicants were passing the process of evaluation more than 6 months, and 26% passed this evaluation. 4 candidates took their documents, refused to the competition in this competition. The duration of the evaluation was more than 6 months, and 2 candidates passed this evaluation till 2 months, and the 4 candidates had the evaluation more than 4 months. And the evaluation has been fulfilled for 50%. If we speak about the candidates to the colleges of the CSM, Superior Commission of Magistrates, the duration of the evaluation is more than 5 months, and 6% out of the total number of the candidates didn't pass the process of evaluation. The total number of the candidates was 15. If we speak about the judge selection for the Appeal Court of Chisinau, So the rate of the promotion is 18, and 21 candidate 21 candidates refused to participate in this competition. And the last commission activity refers to the candidates for the colleges of the Superior Commission of the Prosecutors. The evaluation duration was till 6 months. 6 candidates refused to participate in this competition, and in the total number of the evaluation cases is 18. And if we speak about the prosecutors from the specialized prosecuting office, the Anticorruption, the rate of the promotion was 56, and the evaluation duration was till 2 months. 56 prosecutors passed this process of evaluation. 10 prosecutors refused to participate in this competition. Thank you very much for your attention. You know that the perception of the deeds which are fulfilled from the government and the reflection in Moldavian society, we will offer you the opinions from simple citizens who were interviewed going along the streets. And it matters much for us because we discuss these critical topics for the citizens of Republic of Moldova. The citizens' opinion about the external evaluation. My opinion is that we do not need this evaluation.
Nu lucrează nimic, absolut, nu lucrează.
Consider că dacă avea să fie el cel puțin într-un termen restrâns făcut, avea să fie cu mult mai bine și mai liniștit pentru toți actorii justiției, adică inclusiv și procurori, avocați, judecători.
Nu cred că pot să formulez o părere personală, dar unanim bănuiesc că societatea nu e mulțumită.
Noi avem probleme chiar pe sector acolo unde trăim noi și am scris în toate instanțele de judecată și procuratură și nimeni nu e niciun rezultat.
Rezultatele să fie publicate, deci trebuie să existe o transparență dacă vrem să avem justiție corectă, deci să începe totul de la un proces transparent.
Părerea mea că trebuie adus un ministru justiției după hotare, un procuror. Ca la procuratura anticorupție este doamna și de făcut echipe noi. Da, e lucruri dificile. Eu nu sunt din sistem, dar cunosc multe lucruri.
S-a votat o nume o lege oricare, trebuie să lucreze. Dar nu știu, poate că lucrează neavata așa pe aici, dar prin regiuni și avata nu e nicio schimbare nică. Tot ce vorbesc ea e zero.
Credeți că trebuie de făcut după finalizarea acestui proces de lucru?
De lucrat. Cum și acum se lucrează, trebuie de lucrat și, nu știu, reformele sunt la noi pe ordine de zi tot timpul și în continuu, dar trebuie de lucrat. Atât timp cât în practică nu se implementează ceea ce se scrie pe hârtie, eu cred că mari soluții pe final nu o să fie. Adică trebuie de implementat ceea ce se discută.
Fighting against the corruption. So the prosecutors and the judge and the citizens expressed their opinion about the activity of these representatives. So you can say that the commissions are not effective, and you can change your opinion. You can change your opinion when you look at this video. And we would like also the judges to change this perception, because sometimes the cases which are addressed to different courts, they do not bring the positive results for the protection of the citizens. And very often the opinion of the citizens is negative towards the judges. So we are going to offer the floor to Mr. Sergiu Karaman and share with us your opinion. So thank you very much. After such kind of forecast, it is very difficult for me to speak and to express my point of view, because I saw and I heard what is the reality of many issues. But this is on one hand, and on the other hand, the interview was taken from very little citizens, and all of them had different experience. Dear partners, dear colleagues, dear participants of this forum, I am very glad that I was invited today to speak about the justice, because it has been already as a tradition for us to organize such kind of forums and to discuss the realizations and challenges and the things that have to be fulfilled, the perception of the citizens referring the justice activity, and what measures have to be introduced for the effectiveness of the system. And today I am going to speak about the external procedure of the evaluation, namely which fulfilled by the Superior Council of the Magistrates. It is evidently, and everybody knows, that the evaluation process purpose was to consolidate on the correct, transparent basics all the issues, and to follow such principles as applicability, transparency, which have to be applied to the judge system in general. And as you have already seen, somebody expressed their points of view in different ways. Also, we followed the reaction of the judge colleagues. We followed the reaction of representatives of the civil society representatives who had no interest at all. Also, we followed different opinions, and my sensation was that when certain aspects were discussed by the members of the Commission, only then the opinions are taken and they are not accepted by the society. Also, we had the critics from the judge, but our common mutual purpose was to fulfill this evaluation process and to offer the results of the assessment. If we speak about the critics was absolutely different, and the principal critics referred to the selection of the candidates, and they were referred to the independence of the justice system. For us, it was critically important to fulfill our accountability and responsibility. And of course, if we can say that the judge system could be, the situation in the system could be improved, and the system could be changed and reformed with the promotion of these innovations, and the professionalist judges will work for the exclusion of those judges who have serious challenges of the integrity. The challenges of this process and the judge reaction are the following. The biggest challenge for the Council of the Magistrates was the judge reaction for the evaluation process when we started the Supreme Court evaluation process. We followed also the situation in the Appeal Court of Chisinau, but the reaction was positive. But if we speak about the Supreme Court of the Justice, 33 judge positions participated in this process, and only 5 of them remained the candidates. 3 of them were identified to the Supreme Court of the Justice, and half of the judges who were already working at this court, they also were obliged to have this process evaluation. Why I told you that this fact was a positive one? Because the other judge mates started to realize and understand that the modality of the evaluation and what exact steps are going to fulfill during this process. So the half number of the judges who were working expressed their readiness and opinion to continue the activity within this institution, but the other half of the judges refused their activity at this institution. So another complex aspect which was remarked by everybody during this year, refers to those informative campaigns, and they were transmitted in the mass media sources. They refer to the Evaluation Commission members. And evidently, all the information was not used to harm the reputation of the judge who have passed this evaluation process, but the members who were involved in this process, they were obliged to be fired, to refuse their activity. All this information was investigated by the members of the Superior Council of the Magistrates, because we are obliged to follow the integrity and to fulfill the accountability within the process of evaluation as it requires. And today, after 1 year of the distance that we have already covered, we can say that 22 candidates, 22 reports of the judge candidates have already passed the process of evaluation, and they were identified to the positions. 13 promoted the evaluation, and 9 didn't fulfill the requirements. So 21 out of 22 reports, the members of the Superior Council of the Magistrates managed to look through, and one case was identified as for the additional examination and evaluation. So it was the only one case, because the case refers to the candidate who presented to the members of the commission the information that could not be confirmed. Then he presented to the members of the council the evidence, the proofs, and the arguments confirmed. The arguments were confirmed, and it could be identified that they are really trustful. And if we speak about the rest of the cases, the whole activity of this council was effective. If we speak about the learned lessons, what good lessons did we have? That during the whole process of evaluation, that the integrity and transparency have to be fulfilled from the very beginning till the end of the process of evaluation. And we have to do our best in order to clarify all the information we receive and to be transparent, to show publicly and to share the information with the public, to present the results, the criteria of the evaluation, and to offer all the possibilities, because it offers the candidates to present their positions and to follow the requirements they are going to fulfill. The most important thing here is the dialogue of the opinions, the dialogue of listening, of discussion, the dialogue of legislative forces. And everything that the members of the Commission were fulfilling was for the improvement of the society well-being. Thank you very much for your opinions. We have to follow agenda and the time flies very quickly. So what is I want to have one question to you. What is the perception of the citizens? And of course, I can say that we must be very optimistic, but the actual situation within the Superior Council of the Magistrate, we can observe that at the shortest distance during 5 years, we are going to have the results, the fruitful results. So, yes, we understand that the process is very long. There are complex processes, there are different cases, and the procedure of the evaluation could not be finished so quickly. That is why the members of the Superior Council of the Magistrate didn't have enough time to fulfill all the requirements which were offered, and the majority of the judges, and they didn't pass the total process of evaluation, and the second part of the evaluation is going to take place in the nearest future. So tell us please how it was perceived by the prosecutors and by the judges, the process of evaluation.
Hello. On behalf of the whole team of the Superior Council of Prosecutors, I would like to thank organizers for inviting us to this event, which offers us a platform where we can discuss the vetting process, where we can exchange opinions and share our experiences and progresses made during the judiciary reform process. And last but not least, to speak about the challenges that we are encountering now. Speaking about the vetting process, with regards to prosecutors, the Superior Council of Prosecutors has a key role. It is fully involved in this exercise. According to the law on vetting, the decision to pass or the decision to fail shall be taken exclusively by the Superior Council of Prosecutors. So on the basis of the vetting law, as part of the external assessment, the Prosecutor Assessment Commission prepares an assessment file which is sent to the Superior Council of Prosecutors, which either accepts or rejects it. So the Superior Council of Prosecutors' decision stipulates whether a certain prosecutor fulfilled all of the criteria for ethical or financial criteria, or the decision is to recommend that this prosecutor is dismissed with all of the consequences provided by the law, such as prohibiting to hold the position of prosecutor or other public dignity positions for a period between 5 and 7 years, or deprivation of the right to get the dismissal benefit. So as you can see, the consequences are quite tough for the prosecutor's career if we are to compare with the outcomes of the pre-vetting, because the outcome is not to allow the candidate to participate in the competition without having any impact on the prosecutor's career, only affecting to a certain extent the professional reputation of the prosecutor who failed the pre-vetting procedure. In this context, speaking about the progresses of prosecutor vetting, I would like to say that last year, in 2023, the vetting of candidates to the positions of member of the Superior Council of Prosecutors ended. Out of 17 registered candidates, 7 prosecutors passed the vetting, and 10 of them failed it. And decisions not to pass were issued in the case of 7 prosecutors for the failure to meet the ethical and financial criteria, and 4 prosecutors either withdrew or failed to submit the information by the deadline set. And according to the law, this equals with failing the vetting. At the general meeting of December last year, 5 prosecutors that passed the pre-vetting procedure were elected as members of the Superior Council of Prosecutors. In addition, I would like to say that in July 2023 and respectively February 2024, in the Superior Council of Prosecutors, other 2 members from the civil society were appointed, who also went through the pre-vetting procedure. The new membership of the CSP started the mandate at the beginning of this year and now has all of the members appointed. At the beginning of mandate, the new members of the Superior Council of Prosecutors established a number of priorities that can be also called challenges, and now the biggest challenge are to establish and to ensure the functionality of the specialized colleges, specifically the College for Prosecutor Selection and Assessment and the College for Prosecutor Discipline. The mechanism of evaluation and selection of prosecutor was changed, as well as the mechanism of disciplinary procedure. Also, I'd like to say that as a result of implementing law number 200, starting with August the 4th, 2023, the activity of the 2 colleges, specialized colleges, in charge of selecting and evaluating the performances ended. These 2 colleges were merged by establishing a new collegial body named College for Selecting and Evaluating Prosecutors. As for disciplinary responsibility of prosecutors as a result of the reforms by the law number 2000, established the transfer of prosecutors from the General Prosecution Office to the under the Superior Council of Prosecutors. In order to establish and ensure the operation of the specialized colleges subordinated to the Superior Council of Prosecutors, its members also will go through the pre-vetting procedure, which is a similar procedure that the current members of the Superior Council of Prosecutors were subjected to. In September last year, the Superior Council of Prosecutors sent the nominal lists to the Assessment Commission, to the Vetting Commission of 23 candidates for the position of members in the College for Selecting and Evaluating Prosecutors, 16 prosecutor candidates and 7 candidates from the civil society. So far, on the basis of the information submitted by the Vetting Commission, assessments of 13 candidates have been finished, of whom 9 passed and 3 failed because they withdrew from the competition, and a candidate from the civil society failed because of the failure to meet the ethical and financial integrity criteria. Regarding this College of Selection and evaluation of performances, we still have to wait for the decisions of the vetting commission for 10 candidates. Regarding the members of the College of Discipline and Ethics subordinated to CSP, I have to inform you that the CSP sent the list including 11 candidates among prosecutors. This was done last September, of whom we have 2 decisions issued by the Commission with regards to candidates. One failed the vetting because of withdrawal, and another candidate passed the vetting. So now we have 9 people in the process of vetting. And here I have to underline that so far all of the candidates among prosecutors that accepted to go through this process till the end passed it. In this context, I have to underline that since CSP sent the lists to the vetting commission, this vetting process is taking place, and during this transition period, this is a challenge for our work, for the work of the Super Council of Prosecutors, because according to the law, until 2/3 of members are appointed in specialized colleges, all of the procedures related to selection, evaluation, disciplinary accountability is the prerogative of the Super Council of Prosecutors. And we have already implemented this year the evaluation of candidates for the position of prosecutors among the graduates of National Institute of Justice. So in the spring of this year, we assessed, instead of the college, 31 candidates, and 12 candidates were appointed. At the end of this August, we also selected 36 candidates to the position of prosecutor among the graduates of the National Institute of Justice, and our goal is to appoint other 12 prosecutors in the territorial prosecution offices. This is a priority for CSP. In this regard, we hope that by the end of this year, the vetting commission finishes the vetting of candidates for these 2 specialized colleges, so that we can convene the general meeting in order to make sure that these 2 specialized colleges become functional. Another priority, which is also a challenge that we are currently having, is the organization and conduct of competitions to appoint prosecutors in managerial positions, considering the high number of interim now in place. We have to admit that overcoming this challenge is a priority, considering the lengthy process of the vetting. However, the progresses made in this regard are the following. In the first half of this year, the public competition for the position of General Prosecutor of the country was conducted. In June the 1st, 2024, the General Prosecutor of the Republic of Moldova was appointed. After this position had an interim for about 2 years. By the way, I have to highlight that this is one of the conditionalities in the association agreement concluded by Moldova and the European Union. After that, CSP issued its consent for the appointment of two deputies of the Prosecutor General, and I have to underline that according to the vetting law, the General Prosecutor has to be assessed as a priority, so both the General Prosecutor appointed and the Deputy passed previously through a vetting procedure and passed it. So when they were appointed in their positions, they did not have to go repeatedly through the vetting process. So as a progress indicator, we can mention that the superior management of the General Prosecution Office was partially subjected to vetting and passed it. Now only one of the deputies is undergoing the vetting. Also, so the time is up. So yes, thank you very much. I want to say that the prosecutors from the Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office well, according to the vetting law, those prosecutors shall be also assessed as a matter of priority, and the vetting of prosecutors in the Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office starting in the spring this year. So, starting with May this year, the Super Council of Prosecutors sent to the vetting Commission the list of 67 prosecutors from the Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office. So within 20 days since the assessment started, since the notification, 10 prosecutors resigned, of whom 8 prosecutors used to work in the anti-corruption prosecution, and other 2 worked during a certain period of time in the anti-corruption prosecution for more than 1 year. So, so far, the Super Council of Prosecutors received only 1 report from the vetting commission with regards to a prosecutor who used to work in the Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office being delegated for a period longer than 1 year. And the report was to fail the vetting because the prosecutor refused to submit to the vetting commission information. And as according to the law, the decision should be to fail the vetting. So on August the 1st this year, we accepted the vetting commission's report, and the recommended solution was for the General Prosecutor to issue an order on the dismissal of that prosecutor, depriving him to hold the position of prosecutor for a 5-year period. So we believe that by the end of the year we will receive other reports from the Vetting Commission. Thank you very much for this speech. Now we will continue with a foreign expert of the Pre-Vetting Commission. It is Herman von Hebel, chair of the Pre-Vetting Commission, president of the Pre-Vetting Commission. He's one of the foreign experts, more than 17 years of experience in 4 international criminal courts. He will join us online. Let's check if we have a connection with him. So we are listening to you.
Okay, yes, good morning, and I'm grateful to be here with you, although being online. It's of course a great pleasure for me to participate in this forum today. I recall that 2 years ago I participated in the forum as well, and as I will report, of course, during those 2 years a lot of work has been ongoing and has been accomplished. Let me start off in my introduction with a number of statistical results of our pre-vetting work. In our work over the last 2.5 years, we have evaluated a total of 69 judges, prosecutors, lawyers, representatives of civil society, etc., for both for candidates for both the Superior Council of Magistracy and the Superior Council of Prosecutors. Out of those 69, 49 were candidates for the SCM, for the Superior Council of Magistracy, and 20 for the SCP. The results of our evaluation were that out of the 69 candidates, a total of 54 candidates really participated in the process until the very end. 15 candidates withdrew from the competition or failed to submit documents required by the procedures and by the... If we split up those figures for the SCM and the SCP, then for the SCM we can see that we had a total of 49 candidates, out of which 28 were judge candidates and 21 were non-judge candidates. Out of the 49, a total of 14 candidates passed the evaluation, which is a passing rate of 29%. 35 failed the evaluation. From the 28 judge candidates, 5 passed the evaluation, which is a rate of 18%, and 9 of the 21 non-judge candidates passed the evaluation, which is a success rate of 43%. For the SCP, as I mentioned, 20 candidates in total, 17 of those were prosecutors and 3 were non-prosecutors. Out of those 29 candidates passed the evaluation, which is a success rate of 45%. 11 failed the evaluation. Out of those 17 prosecutors that participated, 7 managed to pass the evaluation, and out of the 3 non-prosecutors candidates, 2 managed to pass the evaluation. As part of the process, there was, of course, an opportunity for candidates to appeal the decisions by the Pre-Vetting Commission, and in total 28 appeals were filed with the Superior Council of Justice. Of those 28 candidates, 23 were candidates for the SCM, and 5 were candidates for the SCP. In the course of last year and the beginning of this year, out of those 28 appeals, the SCJ, the Superior Council of Justice, rejected 6 appeals and accepted 22 appeals. And for those 22 appeals, ordered the resumption or the re-evaluation of the candidates. In the meantime, the Pre-Vetting Commission has finalized 19 of the 22 appeals that were sent back to the Commission. Out of those 19, 1 candidate, a candidate for the SCM, passed the resumed evaluation. 17 candidates failed. And 1 case was terminated because the candidate in the meantime had withdrawn as being a judge and therefore no longer could no longer be seen as a candidate. Based on the 19 resumed evaluation decisions that we have taken, 15 candidates have appealed this decision again to the Superior Council of Justice. Out of those 15, 17 were upheld by the Superior Council of Justice. The Superior Council of Justice ordered 1 resumed evaluation, and 7 cases are still pending. So this, by way of introduction of the total, the figures of the 69 candidates that the Pre-Vetting Commission evaluated over the last more than 2 years. I would like to elaborate a bit on the number of the challenges that the Pre-Vetting Commission was confronted with, and I think that some of those challenges, of course, can also be seen by the other commissions that have in the meantime been established for the vetting of judges and prosecutors. But of course, I'm more than happy to see that colleagues of mine in those commissions will elaborate on that later during this panel. I have identified 4 major issues that we were confronted with. The first one was an issue of staffing. As of the beginning, actually, we were supposed, as a pre-vetting commission, to have 12 staff members that would support us in the evaluation and the analysis of cases. However, we never managed to get more than 7 staff members on board, which of course had an impact on the speed and the amount of work that could be done in support of our commission's work. It simply appeared to be extremely difficult to attract qualified staff to work for our commission. These only became a bit worse when, in the course of last year, of course, the 2 other vetting commissions got started, and the number of staff that was working with us was distributed over the other commissions. Here again, in order to ensure that the capacity and the quality and the experience of the staff that had worked with us could be shared and could be used by the other commissions. But basically, as of the beginning of this year, we, as a pre-vetting commission, had no analytical staff available, and therefore, on a regular basis, we had to consult with our colleagues from the other commissions to share part of the time of those analysts to work with us. We did so in good collaboration with each other. But of course, sharing these same minimal resources does had an impact on the speed of our work, and of course also on the speed of our colleague commissions. The second issue, which I think has had a huge impact on our work, was the issue of the collection of data and basically the complexity of cases. As you are aware, the Commission focuses both on financial and ethical integrity, and also by the introduction of the minister this morning, we also saw that the number of issues that we were focusing on was their financial background, bank accounts, the buying of houses, cars, etc., and the question about how candidates, but also family members and close persons, were able to participate in that process or to provide clarifications about how candidates were able to finance such activities. Also, issues of code of ethics, issues of possible corruption had to be investigated by us, compliance with tax law obligations, complying with the obligation to declare assets and personal belongings on a regular basis, in order to ensure that judges and prosecutors work in full transparency. In order to do such investigations, we actually had information from many public and private organizations, including also private banks. And I think in general, we were extremely helped and supported by those institutions in providing the information that we needed. That was, of course, a positive thing, but of course it also led at the same time to the fact that we had to analyze an enormous amount of information in order to really make a thorough analysis of the integrity and financial issues, financial and ethical issues of each of the candidates. A lot of that material had to be analyzed, but of course, in addition to that, having a commission of partly non-Moldovan experts, also parts of that material had to be translated in order for the commission to be able to, and for the entire commission, including the international members, to understand the materials that was submitted. We also saw actually varying degrees of cooperation from candidates. We have seen candidates that provided enormous, detailed, accurate information in a very short time frame. Unfortunately, other candidates were sometimes less cooperative and did not always provide the information that we requested. So these are, a number of factors that explain why the collection of data, the complexity of the cases, and the analysis of that simply took an enormous time. The process, I think, we've also seen that in comments from the people interviewed on the street, is regularly seen as slow. I don't think I disagree with that, but there are some very good explanations for that. And I think we have always emphasized as pre-vetting commission, that there's a need to ensure quality over speed. This work, which may have huge implications for the future careers of judges and prosecutors, has to be done in accordance with standards of decency and transparency, and also international standards from the European Court of Human Rights. And so we had to make sure that our decision and decision-making process was in conformity with such international standards. The resumed evaluations after the decisions by the Supreme Court of Justice to send a number of cases back to us proved to be even more complex than the original evaluation. And it goes without saying that as Commission, we were bound by the decisions of the Supreme Court of Justice, and which we have always done in our resumed evaluations decisions as well. But we sometimes were criticized for not going into all the details and the analysis of all facts and legal issues. So we did have to undertake a number of additional investigations, collecting more information, and also elaborating on sometimes more the legal and the factual reasoning that we put in our original decisions. That was extremely complicated, and of course, in combination with the fact that the number of staff available to us was extremely limited, did slow down the process, and that's why we are still, although thankfully at the very end of our work. But I think it's also good that that is my last of 4 factors to also look at the political environment in which we had to operate. I think it is an issue of common knowledge that issues of reform, and of course especially reform of such a fundamental nature, does lead to issues of anxiety, of unrest. There are vested interests, of course also candidates who had to go through a long process, and a process therefore of insecurity for themselves. And that, of course, does create anxiety, that does create unrest. And in addition to that, I think we've also seen that, in particular in a number of social media, the work of the Commission, either our working methods or also members of the Commission individually were criticized. Of course, we had to look into those. We had to look into whether or not such criticism was correct. But I think overall, we continued to work according to what we ourselves consider to be very high standards of justice. But of course, it does have an impact on the way that our Commission was functioning. Then finally, very briefly, the way forward. I think already this morning a few comments were made about whether or not the legal reform can be considered a success. And I join others in saying that that is probably too early to answer. Legal reform is a difficult process. It's a process that takes a very long time. We have been able, as pre-vetting commission, to nearly accomplish our work. We now see very operational and effectively functioning SCMs and SCPs, which is a great first step in that process. But of course, the other commissions for the vetting of judges and prosecutors has still a long way to go. But I think in the end, I think issues of legal reform, simply that takes a long time. And it has to be done, as I mentioned before, in a very thorough way, in a transparent way, in a way that meets international standards. And that simply is a time-consuming exercise, but definitely worth it. And I hope that, and I expect as well, that this process will continue and lead to successful efforts in the years to come. With that, I would like to wrap up my introduction, and of course I am available for any questions that you may have. And thanks very much again for being part of this forum today.
Da, vă mulțumim și noi foarte mult pentru.
Thank you very much for your speech, for this detailed report. And we kindly ask you to stay with us by the end of this session, because we might have questions At least I have one question to you, and I believe that other participants have questions as well. But before that, let's give the floor to Scott Bales, President of the Vetting Commission, former President of the Supreme Court of Arizona. So please, you have the floor.
Thank you to the organizers of this program. I'd like to first acknowledge some of my fellow commission members who are also here today. Our Vice Chair, Andrei Bevel, a distinguished commercial lawyer in Moldova and also an experienced litigant before the European Court of Human Rights. Our newest member, William Brouwer, who's been a judge for some 30 years in the Netherlands and has an expertise in criminal law and tax law. And he's also served as an international observer for the vetting process in Albania, and he worked on an EU Lex mission in Kosovo. Another commission member is Yuri Gatskin, who has some 15 years of investigative experience, including work with the National Anticorruption Center. And our other two members are Lilian Ansu, who worked with the National Integrity Authority and more recently with the Election Commission. And then finally, our last international member is Lavly Perling, who is the former Prosecutor General for the country of Estonia and also has vetting experience with the Ukraine. The thing that I want to emphasize with respect to what some refer to as Commission 2, but I think is perhaps better referred to as the Judicial Vetting Commission, to distinguish us from the Pre-Vetting Commission and the Prosecutor Vetting Commission, is the remarkable progress that we've been able to achieve over the last 15 months. Our commission was only appointed in June of 2023. We established our rules of organization and functioning within a month and began the evaluation process of judges on the Supreme Court of Justice within 2 months. In the intervening months, we've been able to complete 22 reports for the SCM's consideration with regard to candidates and judges on the Supreme Court of Justice, and we've completed 16 decisions with respect to candidates for either the SCM or the boards of the SCM. And all of that reflects both a tremendous amount of work by the commission members, by our secretariat. Our staff now includes approximately 20 people, largely financial analysts and legal analysts. And we also built on the work and the lessons learned by the Pre-Vetting Commission. So let me try to break that down, because not only were we a newly formed commission, we were charged with implementing, in effect at the same time, 3 different recently enacted laws. With respect to the Supreme Court of Justice, we had a pool of about 37 subjects, including candidates and setting judges. Of that 37, 3 had passed pre-vetting, so they were not subject to our evaluation. 2 of the judges resigned once the evaluation process began, and over the course of the process, 4 candidates withdrew, which brought us down to 28 that needed completed evaluations. As Chairman Kerrigan mentioned, we have completed 22 reports. The SCM agreed with our recommendation in 21 and asked us to give further consideration to 1 in light of information that was presented to the SCM. Of those recommendations, the Supreme Court of Justice itself has heard appeals in a number of cases. It has denied appeals in 4. We're awaiting written decisions from the court with respect to those candidates. Of that pool of 22, 13 passed the evaluation, 9 did not. Of our remaining candidates, of the remaining 6, there is a pending decision for 1 of those. For the 5 others, we plan to hold hearings next week, and then a more recently identified candidate is under evaluation. With respect to the candidates for the SCM and the boards, we had a pool of approximately 31, and of that pool, 6 withdrew once the evaluation process began, leaving us with, 5 withdrew, so it left us with 26. We've completed 16 decisions And of the 16, 12 passed, 4 did not. Of the remaining 10, there are 4 for whom we've had hearings and the decision process is underway. With respect to the other 6, we plan to hold hearings next week for 5. Our last charge is implementing what we think of as Law 252, the general vetting law for prosecutors and judges. And with regard to that, we've first started work with regard to the Court of Appeals in Chisinau. There were 40 judges on that court. Once our evaluation process began, 21 judges resigned. Another judge subsequently retired, so we have 18 subjects out of that pool. We've begun those evaluations, and under Law 252, the Commission divides into panels of 3. So we've announced the formation of those panels, and we will likely be beginning hearings with those subjects later this year. So I think, as you can see, we've been simultaneously working with multiple laws, with people in different components of the judiciary. But the progress, again, is remarkable, or as the EU ambassador said in the introductory session this morning, he thought, all in all, Moldova had done a great job in advancing towards the goals of its justice reform agenda. Now, we've had challenges like those faced by the Pre-Vetting Commission. It was challenging to identify staff. It was only early this summer that we were able to more or less completely reach our staffing goals. We've also been very dependent on cooperation by private entities, by other parts of the government, and by the subjects themselves in order to complete our evaluation work promptly. We, in our report to Parliament earlier this year, noted that sometimes in seeking information from private entities, they are non-responsive or they're tardy in responding. The law could perhaps be stronger in that regard. When we seek information from public entities, sometimes they too are not as prompt as they might be. And when we seek information from prosecuting agencies, sometimes they're not cooperative. They're, I think, understandably somewhat protective of information, particularly as might concern ongoing investigations. Although we, equally understandably, if we have a subject that there might be relevant information, it's important that we have access to it. Another issue for us is that in the course of our work, the Border Police changed their policy with regard to the retention of information. And data about the crossings internationally of individuals can be very important when we're looking for things like conflicts of interest or possible accumulation of assets abroad. So that too has been an issue. The other thing I'll say is I guess a challenge is to do this process thoroughly and fairly takes time. And the length of time involved, I know, is sometimes frustrating both to the subjects and to perhaps external observers. But it's inherent in the process. If you're going to really say you're going to look at someone's financial activity over a 12-year period, and you're going to compare what the information that you can get from things like the tax agency or other public records, what that shows as compared to what the person has said, that's a time-consuming process, and it's just something that has to be accepted. Now, to wrap up my comments, I want to underscore the point that I made at the beginning. The degree of progress that's been achieved over the time that our commission's been at work, I think, is notable. As a consequence of the laws that Parliament has enacted and the work of the Pre-Vetting Commission and now the work of the Judicial Vetting Commission, Moldova will have a reconstituted Superior Council of Magistracy. It will have a reconstituted Supreme Court of Justice, and it will have reconstituted courts of appeals and the leadership in the district courts and the trial courts. And they will be comprised of persons who have gone through a rigorous process to confirm their financial and ethical integrity. And that is a necessary condition for real justice reform, but it's not sufficient, because you need that to earn the trust of the public. But to truly get the trust of the public, and this comes back to the vox populi, we need to make sure that our process is transparent and that it's effectively communicated so that the citizens understand what has been achieved and why it's important. Thank you.
Da, mulțumim tare mult.
Thank you very much. We'll continue with another panelist, another guest, who will be speaking on behalf of the Prosecutor Vetting Commission, Saskia de Vries. You have the floor.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
I have to start with a joke. I can't resist it. So here are the votes for Commission 3. My name is Saskia de Vries. I have been working in the Prosecutors Vetting Commission from the start. And since we are the new kid on the block, I will fly with you through what we are exactly doing. So there you go. These are our subjects of evaluation. They are, let me see. I'm starting with 252. That's 26, 252. We are vetting the prosecutors for the position of Prosecutor General and the Deputy Prosecutors, as my colleague from the SCP has already explained, and also candidates for those positions. We are looking at people who are Chief Prosecutors of the General Prosecutor's Office, Subdivisions and Territorial Chief and Deputy Chief Prosecutors, and the prosecutors from the specialized prosecutors' offices, and that is organized crime, and that is the Anticorruption Office. We have some evaluations left, which are dealing with the members of the Superior Council of Prosecutors and the different bodies within that, within the SCP. There you are. We have different priorities. We have several priorities, which always makes it complicated for us. What is the priority between the priorities? The candidates for the Prosecutor General, candidates for membership of the Superior Council of Prosecutors, and candidates for the membership of the different bodies within the SCP and the prosecutors from the Anti-Corruption Office. These are our numbers, and I've heard many numbers this morning, and I'm going to stick to the numbers of my own commission. We have initiated 32, we had 14 hearings conducted, we had 14 decisions, and 9 of them have passed, and that's under 26. Under Law 252, 66 started, 10 prosecutors resigned, and we have done 1 evaluation report also mentioned by the SCP. I'll run through these steps. This is where it all starts. We get a list from the SCP. We notify everyone, and they have to submit the 5-year declaration and the ethics questionnaire. Then it's randomly distributed between the members of the commission. And then we start the whole information gathering procedure. This has also been mentioned by both the other commissions. This is a very, very lengthy and time-consuming process. I'll get back to that. There's additional questions. If you get a set of information, for almost everyone there will be questions, and those questions are different rounds of questions, and that can go up to 6. So that also takes some time. Then we have the public hearing. Also, you can imagine that in a hearing, other issues pop up by the questions asked and the answers given by the candidates. So there might be additional rounds of questions after a hearing. And then we come with the report, whether to fail or whether to pass. And then after that, it is sent, and the results are communicated. This is about publication. And this is the whole process. It's more or less along the same lines as the other commission's work. I think this is the one that I want to take some more time for, because it is the question which is foremost on the minds of the people in Moldova, and we understand. But like it was said by both Herman and by Scott, it is a very lengthy process. You can just have an idea. If I have someone who reports that he has 5 bank accounts, I have to go to 5 banks to get the accounts. The accounts might lead to questions on financial transactions, which I see through the bank account. So I ask questions to the candidate. They will give answers. Some candidates are helpful and send us all the material with regard to a certain transaction which is questioned by the Commission, but some don't, and then I have to remind them that they need to send it, and if they say, I don't have it, or I don't know, we have to find other ways to get to that information. The sheer bulk of information, just imagine if you look at yourself over the last 5 years, if you go through your bank accounts, how much information that is. It's a mountain of information. As was said before, the attitude of the subject really makes a difference. I'm happy to say that most candidates are quite cooperative and immediately and promptly and fully give all the information that they are asked for, but some people are, let's say, take more time. Also mentioned the need to have the information translated for the international members. Also takes time. An extra complication for Commission 3 is the lack of staff. We're still not fully staffed, and we really need the analysts to do the initial work for us. So, vetting is very, very labor intensive under any system that you choose, and I will get back to other systems as well. And on average, in a not so complicated case, it will take 2 to 3 months before you have all the information to invite someone to a hearing. And that's a pretty simple case. The cases which are more complicated, in which the candidate needs to provide more information or the Commission needs to find more information, it might easily add up to 5 to 6 months. And then there's, like I said, always the possibility that there are additional issues which has risen out of the hearing. This is reality, and we cannot change that for Moldova. I think it has been. I think it's the common opinion of all 3 commissions that we need to do a thorough and fair job for Moldova, but also for the candidates that we are investigating. And that takes a lot of time, and there is no quick fix for it. However, there is some good news as well, I think. Asset declarations have become more and more the norm within the European Union and also candidate countries for the European Union. I've counted it, and there are at present there are 7 member states which have asset declaration in their system, and I'm sure others will be joining it, because I think it's only fair. You must have an idea that the people who are dealing with the justice are dependable. And vetting, of course, is one step further. You have asset declarations, but vetting, that is to prove the asset declaration. And it's understandable that countries who want to join the European Union need to have a step more than maybe member states, but I think vetting will become a practice in the whole European Union as well. This is it is what the society demands, and I agree. So Moldova is not on its own going through the vetting process, and what I really like is that it has incorporated the learning curve on vetting within Europe. And I think the legislation that we are working with is pretty state-of-the-art, and I think Moldova can have faith in this vetting process, and I hope the commissions can prove that. Thank you.
Mulțumim, mulțumim și noi.
Thank you.
Rapoartele celor
Thank you. On the basis of the reports made by the 3 commissions, we can see that they face the same challenges, and one of a common challenge is the shortage of staff, and this is a worrying trend. The last speaker in this session is Konstantin Vardzilashvili, head of the democratization department, Poland. He joined ODIHR in 2018. After that, he was working with the Venice Commission. He is monitoring carefully the vetting processes in Moldova, and now he will come with his opinion and reflections.
Thank you very much. First of all, good afternoon. It is a great pleasure for me to be here. It's always a pleasure to be in Moldova, but in this particular case, I think it's also very interesting and beneficial for us, and for me personally, to follow this very rich debate and discussion. And I want to thank organizers for giving us, me and our organization, ODIHR, the opportunity to be here and to contribute. I would also like to congratulate all of us, but organizers in particular, and the stakeholders, of course, for having such an open discussion. I think it is indeed crucial to have an opportunity to openly address the questions, the issues, which different stakeholders have, and issues which we can identify as a result of these open discussions, debates, when we have a possibility to address or look into the processes from the different angles, and thus be better informed in addressing those, the potential deficiencies which obviously exist everywhere. This is very, as we've heard already, the vetting, pre-vetting and the vetting are very complicated, and it is very complicated, a very complex process. And indeed, there is not much, unfortunately or fortunately, there is not much of an experience that the commissions here can rely on. And I believe that together, from our side, being monitoring the process or providing legal advice, but also looking and learning from the experience of how things are done here, I think we all benefit, we all learn more, and in ODIHR, as a result of this process, we are now better, we will be, I'm sure, and already are actually, better informed and better able to advise other states which are also considering fundamental judicial reforms. But let me just maybe start very briefly by saying that, well, as you know, the respect for principles of rule of law and human rights and democracy, which we call a human dimension commitments, are considered to be the core component of the OSCE security, comprehensive approach of the security. and states committed to implement those commitments. Among those commitments are obviously a pledge made by the states to ensure judicial independence. With this in mind, states established our office, ODIHR, which has a mandate to support the states in these reform efforts, not only with respect to the judiciary, obviously, but much broader. And ODIHR has developed a variety of tools in order to support states in these reform efforts, and that includes legislative advice, legal opinions, the monitoring of the appointments, judicial appointment, but also monitoring of the trials. We started the monitoring here in ODIHR in Moldova in April of 2022, following the invitation from People's Advocate, and I want to use an occasion and sincerely thank him personally and the office for putting a trust in us and for this very effective, very good cooperation we are having. In parallel with the vetting, we've already published 2 opinions. The last one was published in July of this year, reviewing the applicable or assessing the applicable legal framework, and we're currently finalizing opinion on the law of the Republic of Moldova on external evaluation of judges and prosecutors, which will be published shortly. The overall objective of the monitoring was and is actually to evaluate transparency and fairness of the process, presenting independent assessment. The monitoring serves a purpose of informing the public, informing the stakeholders on potential deficiencies of the process and challenges, and offering recommendations. It is important to bear in mind that we do not evaluate the merits of the decisions made by the bodies in charge of the vetting. But what we do is, if I may say so, we offer independent assessment or reflections of the process as can be seen by the external observer. And I believe that's pretty important, especially bearing in mind what we've heard during these discussions, but also from the interviews, that there might be many questions because of the complexity of the process, and not necessarily because of the lack of the support to the reform, but because of the lack of understanding how the process is being implemented. Following almost 16 months after the start of the process of monitoring, ODIHR published its first report on pre-vetting or pre-vetting of the candidates to the Supreme Council of Magistrates. In overall, ODIHR found that the procedure was generally objective, fair, professional, and broadly in line with international human rights norms, law and rule of law principles. At the same time, there were a number of issues identified that require more attention and improvement, including issues related to the transparency, legal certainty of the evaluation process, etc. And the recommendations are more extensive and provide a bit of a more insight into these findings. And again, speaking about the transparency, it does not necessarily mean that there were any issues with respect to the decisions as such, that the decisions were problematic or that the lack of transparency was big enough to undermine the credibility or legality of the decisions. But it was not entirely clear. That's what we observed based on the multiple reports, also both public reports, but also talking with the stakeholders. There was not entirely clear how this process is being organized. And then this brings us to the question and in comments we just heard about the difficulties with which the relevant commissions, vetting commissions, they're confronted because of the lack of resources, lack of time. It's not always, and because of the complexity again, it is not always possible to properly plan the process, but it is even less, I would say, it's even more difficult to invest enough time and resources in communicating with the wider public on how the process is implemented, just to make sure that there are no grounds for the speculations. And we do believe that in this case, in this process, ODIHR does have an important role, and I mean, the monitoring conducted by other has an important role to play and may potentially fill that gap or help authorities to fill the gap. Let me just maybe briefly, before addressing a couple of findings, recommendations, or general assessment, just very briefly make a step back and reflect on the grounds for the reasons for the vetting. And we all know that despite of the commitments made by the states, commitments which I already mentioned with respect to rule of law and independent justice, we know that not always the states meet these obligations and their commitments. And in the states of the Central Europe, Eastern Europe, South Caucasus, or Central Asia, and so on, the states failed to establish judiciary as an independent actor. There are some states where judiciary was we enjoyed with a greater independence and credibility. We see them, or we saw in past, and we continue to see the attempts made by the states to exercise or establish the control over the judicial bodies. And that's what we call rule of law backsliding, right? And while exercising, it's important at the same time to realize that while trying to establish the control over the judiciary, these states still continue to claim that they are following the principles of rule of law, and they are extremely unhappy, and they reject any accusation that they are undermining the independence of judiciary. In these states, this type of states, also adopt a set of legislation, the legislative norms, constitutional norms frequently, which aim to provide safeguards for the independent judiciary, but at the same time, in practice, the judiciary in those countries remains to be either corrupt or completely lacks integrity. And thus we have a situation when the international norms and the constitutional norms, which are supposed to protect independent judges, are protecting the judges which are not independent. And it's not surprising in this background that many states, because of that situation, started to consider implementing the extraordinary measures, extraordinary reforms. And Moldova is one of those examples, obviously. And while it has been accepted widely that states do have a right to exercise, to implement such extraordinary reforms, and in some cases we even hear the calls from the international organizations, intergovernmental organizations to carry out vetting, it should be noted that these measures should always be applied with a great caution as far as they contain huge risks. And there are, of course, it will take a lot of time now for us to cover, to address all the potential risks here, but only just to name few. As we all know, and especially in the countries where we have democratic processes in place and democratic elections, we see that such type of reforms are subject to electoral cycles. So the policymakers, the lawmakers feel time pressure to implement the reform. They are actually rushing to implement the reform in order to make sure that the reform is done properly, but at the same time that risks, obviously, there are higher risks in this case of errors, and it comes by, it's the nature of the vetting. It cannot be implemented fast. And therefore, whoever is planning the reforms, it should be planned, the proper timing should be taken into account. Again, I realize I actually ran out of the time already, but so maybe just a couple of things which I would add, and we'll end with that, is with understanding again that this type of measure should be the exceptional measures and never be repeated in one-off measures. There are different methods, models, which can be considered in order to ensure that, and that includes models or measures like a constitutional provision, constitutional amendments, or constitutional law, which would ensure that these type of extraordinary measures are not repeated. But at the same time, we also realize that not always that is possible, and not always actually it's even appropriate, because in some cases we have constitutional majorities, and the adoption of these laws are very, very easy, and therefore it is crucial to have a broad support, public support, but also political support across the political spectrum with respect to these reforms. One more point which I want to add is the principle of fairness. And that's what makes a huge difference between the methods, measures applied by the illiberal governments or autocratic governments when implementing the reforms. The measures are always tailored to advance the specific political agenda of the given political force, while if the reform is implemented in line with the rule of law principles, these reforms should not only be done, but also be seen as being fair. And this can only be made through the in-depth, inclusive consultations and participation from the different stakeholders. Well, again, I ran out of time, so I'm looking at the moderator, so I guess I should wrap up here, giving a bit more time for the questions and comments, I believe. So thank you very much, and again, thanks for having me here.
Vă mulțumim și noi pentru
Thank you for this speech. Yes, indeed. Now we start the Q&A session. So if you have questions or comments, please raise your hand. If no one has a comment or a question, I will be the one to begin the Q&A session. Mr. Karaman and the minister spoke about the fact that, and I've seen at various TV programs when the general prosecutor or the anti-corruption prosecutor, Mrs. Dragalin, said that they were afraid of this vetting process because they are afraid that they might end up without any prosecutors or without any judges in positions. I would like to ask you how this problem can be overcome, because we understand that some of the people will have to go when this procedure starts. So it is important to have these positions filled with honest, professional people of high integrity. So how can this be done? And also, if foreign experts can share the experience of other countries, what other countries have done to make sure that the proper high-quality specialists are in place. Thank you. We have already started this process. It is not in vain that we were discussing about the 5-year period. And after this 5-year period elapses, the outcomes of the justice reform will be visible and will be felt by citizens. How have we estimated this 5-year period? Today, the CSM started 3 competitions, employing a number of judges. CSM can tell that it has quite a large pool to select from. We have more than 100 graduates of the National Institute of Justice or candidates that apply for the position of judges on the basis of having worked the necessary number of years in the judiciary system. So we have seen that we have a selection. What is important is to maintain the interest of the newly employed people to remain in these positions and to grow and to become well-trained justice. They need about judges. They need about 2 or 3 years so that they are perceived as a judge with experience, not a newcomer. We have also started the evaluation procedure today. About 150 judges will go through this procedure. According to the law, this evaluation should start before the end of 2025. After that, the other about 350 judges will have to be assessed by CSM. So it takes time. Even if we want to do it quickly, even if we want to do it overnight. We have to understand that this is a complex reform, a reform that needs time. But I'm sure that it will bring the expected results. This does not necessarily mean that what we are doing today at CSM is not visible. Some changes are visible already, both by court users and by judges. Maybe I would like to say that specializing judges on corruption cases in the Chisinau court. We have already received the first feedbacks regarding these initiatives, and the prosecution said that the duration of the court proceedings have improved. They already see the positive outcomes because these cases are being reviewed now in a shorter period of time, because for many years they used to be pending for quite a long time, but now the examination is quicker. But of course, people form their opinion on the basis of high-ranking or well-known cases. They do not know anything about the thousands or hundreds of cases that are dealt with. And if we manage to issue a solution in a reasonable period of time, court users will understand that things have changed. They are not as they used to be. So yes, we already have improved the duration of and hopefully soon we'll have some results for the high-profile cases, and I believe that this will improve the reputation of the judiciary. I'm optimistic. I've seen that the minister took the mic, so I just want to add something. Yes, indeed, these risks have been anticipated, that we will not have people to employ. That's why we have decided to do the vetting in 3 stages, and I am glad that both CSM and CSP have started immediately with the competitions to employ people in the vacant positions. I would like to say that recently, by the amendments promoted by the Minister of Justice, we have assigned temporary duties to CSP and CSM to replace or to do the tasks of the specialized colleges until they are in place. Yes, maybe some people will feel some inconveniences, that some cases are postponed, but I would like to say that the workload has been accumulated over the year. It's not only because of the vetting process. I hope that in parallel, the legal amendments that were done in order to speed up the review of cases both in criminal and civil proceedings will contribute to changing the public opinion for the better. But let's see why so many people are afraid of the vetting. Yes, this mechanism is unpleasant. It could be quite painful for some people. They feel bothered that they have to fill in the tables and this state of expectations. But when people come into these positions of prosecutors and judges, don't they have to make an oath that they are independent and courageous and ready to cope with all of the challenges? And when I see that some of the judges and prosecutors postpone the cases and they refuse to take now a decision, waiting for the outcome of the vetting, then I have a question: how independent you are actually? You should not be influenced by anything, not even by vetting in your work. And I would say that I am sorry, and I say that I'm sorry on behalf of the Ministry of the Government that we have not paid enough attention to proper communication, because when assessing judges and prosecutors according to the second and third commission, there is a huge difference compared to the pre-vetting commission. And I believe that the financial criteria for the past 12 years, allowing an admissible difference up to 20 medium salaries, 25,000 lei, is a reasonable gap. And if you cannot justify this amount, then you'll have to answer some questions. Another, the criteria, the ethical criteria, the timeline was decreased from 10 to 5 years for the ethical criteria. So they focus on the ethical violations over the past 5 years only. Regarding the financial irregularities, we have 5 average salaries. So we have a reasonable difference taking into account the peculiarities of our country. And last but not least, the guarantees are much higher in terms of evaluation on the basis of law that underpins the work of the second and third commission. They have access to all of the materials, they can defend themselves. And the CSP, CSM, these self-management bodies, are the ones that provide an extra guarantee by accepting or rejecting the report submitted by the vetting commission. To open the brackets, I'd like to say that it would be good to understand the pressure put on the members of the vetting commission. It is not easy at all to assume this role both by national and international members. Because they have also to deal with the behavior of some candidates that are trying purposefully to delay the process. So what we want is for judges and prosecutors to be independent and courageous.
Thank you. There are several mics in the room. If you have questions, raise your hand. I also want to say that those watching us on Zoom can also ask questions. Do the moderators get to ask questions? Yes, but before that, I've seen a hand raised in that part of the room. No, okay. Clarification from Marina Kerpek. I understand that you say that the punishment for malpractice is not commensurate with the deed, the crime committed, as in the case of prosecutors and judges. In the case of doctors, when they analyze a case of malpractice, if someone left some instruments, some tools in the stomach of the patient, they decide on the patient, but they do not chase away the professional from that profession. You made this parallel with prosecutors. This is why we have this fear of the pre-vetting and vetting commission. And for Konstantin Vachelashvili, you said, you started a philosophical discussion about the vetting. If you mentioned that this is constitutional and there will be no exceptions. And you mentioned the presumption of innocence. But who established that this is an exceptional measure? Politicians, not judges, because judges, the magistrates, are still trying to find legal arguments because there were discussions about the fact that everyone is corrupt and everyone is stealing. Up until now, we don't have a judicial expertise that would show that we had an exceptional situation and we had to intervene. Politicians told us that the house is on fire and we need to put out the fire. But up until now, we don't have a legal expertise with some cases showing that, yes, the house is burning. What Odir says, should we sacrifice the presumption of innocence and human rights in order to clean the system or not? Did this principle of the presumption of innocence, was it respected? I did not make this comparison between prosecutors and doctors. I've just mentioned that the vetting procedure for both judges and prosecutors have tough consequences compared to the pre-vetting procedure. And now candidates to specialized colleges or panels under SCM and SCP are undergoing the vetting procedure. And if we look at the pre-vetting procedure, it does not affect the career of the prosecutor because they will continue their job, their work. Perhaps it tarnishes their professional image, but the law on vetting includes some consequences for prosecutors who do not pass the evaluation procedure. They are dismissed from the prosecutor's office and they are banned from exercising or being a prosecutor between 5 and 7 years. And they are banned from the right of receiving an allowance for prosecutors. So what I wanted to say is that we understand the consequences of the vetting procedure. We understand the role we have vis-à-vis the career of prosecutors. And I'd like to use this opportunity and this platform to send this message to prosecutors. Participate openly in this process. Prove us that you are open and you have integrity, and you'll stay in the system. We'll ensure that every case is analyzed fairly, correctly, openly, and with due diligence. And we'll make our best, we'll do our best to make sure that prosecutors who are doing their job properly and were able to justify their assets will stay in the system, will continue to work in the system. We need to have in our system professional, responsible, honest people, and we need to reset all the prosecutors' processes if we want to have a prosecutorial system that is strong and efficient. Thank you. Mr. Varzelashvili, would you like to comment what Mr. Budnaro asked you about?
Yes. First of all, thank you very much for the question. And let me start probably making a bit of clarification. What I heard in interpretation was that, first of all, I've not suggested that the presumption of innocence could be dropped or somehow sidelined. The point I tried to make was that there were many, in some countries, where because of the rule of law backsliding, we have a situation when judiciary is under the effective control of the executive or is even captured. We see the need to address this situation. I mean, the states see the need of addressing the situation. Actually, states even have an obligation under the international norms to act in order to eradicate corruption and to restore the rule of law. Now, how that can be done, and that is indeed an extremely complicated question, how to define or how to establish the criteria which can be easily applied and would help us to differentiate whether this particular situation in the country requires extraordinary measures or not. I don't believe there is any magic recipe here, and we don't have this magic recipe as well, otherwise we would have provided it already. What needs to be kept in mind, though, is are there safeguards? What kind of safeguards one has to think about when implementing such extraordinary reforms? There are several things which I partially mentioned, but would like to add now is, and then I did mention the consensus or the broad support, public support into for this type of extraordinary measures, and that is indeed key, because the society and the stakeholders of the given country are best placed to assess the need for the reforms. And if there is a broad consensus about the need, then that's one of the criteria, not the only one, but one of the criteria when such measures could be considered and accepted as, and are accepted actually by international community, as you can see. Now, it's obviously not sufficient because this consensus may disappear at some point, and therefore there should be some other tools put in place, some other safeguards put in place. Another one is the independence of the commissions, of the vetting commissions, which we have here and in many other places where the vetting is carried out, and ensuring the genuine independence of these commissions, providing them with sufficient resources to be efficient and effective, and that provides, so that introduces an additional neutral player into the process, which in a way provides additional guarantee for the fairness of the process. Thirdly, and again, when we speak about the measures to restore rule of law, if you look at them critically, you may find that these measures and these methods sometimes resemble those which are used by the illiberal governments to undermine the rule of law. So how you, and that's why it's very, very important to make sure that the interference in judicial independence is not arbitrary and excessive. And that's why we need to have a proper assessment put in place, the assessment which is done in advance by the authorities, by the stakeholders, evaluating the needs, and then also in the process of the reform always reflecting on how the process reform is implemented, whether there are need for any corrections in this respect. So again, I'm trying to respond to the question. I'm not sure to what extent that was satisfactory, but that's a complex question to answer. Thank you.
Mulțumim.
Thank you. Any other questions? You wanted to intervene? Yes, please. Just a comment on, actually, an answer to the question of Mr. Butner. Of course, we were preoccupied for this exercise of extraordinary evaluation to be limited in time. This is why in Article 1 or 2 in the law on extraordinary evaluation of prosecutors and judges, we stipulated this. I'd like to mention the three laws that were approved by the Venice Commission. In their opinion, they mentioned that this is an extraordinary exercise that should be applied only once, and the implementation is done with the support of development partners, with their financial support and with the support of international members. And we have a commitment made to international partners, and the purpose of applying this exercise is, once new bodies, self-management bodies, are established in this evaluation exercise, the system is resetting itself. And then colleagues will be able to do what had to be done for a long time. About this expertise on the exceptional situation, I'd like to mention that the information notes on the three laws were examined by the Venice Commission experts, and there is concrete data in those opinions. I'd like to say that before 2021, there were a lot of controversial decisions from the Supreme Court of Justice. The sentences at the ECHR, some laws have been annulled. I will not talk too much about this, but some high-profile cases were disposed of, were closed, and we had some shady promotions in SCM and SCP. So this exercise was needed, and there are arguments in the information notes from the Venice Commission. And without the approval of the Venice Commission, we wouldn't be able to move on with such an exercise. About the presumption of innocence, the Venice Commission was very clear on this, especially when it comes to financial integrity. And in the law, we have everything stipulated, and we have the presumption of innocence mentioned.
Respond to the presumption of innocence-related question. Well, what we do also reflect on this topic in the report and in the opinions, and it's generally, and it was also accepted by the European Court of Human Rights, who had a number of interesting decisions with respect to Albanian vetting process, where again the court as well accepted the need for the reform because of the widespread corruption and so on and so on. And there as well, there were, when checking the integrity of the candidates, there was a question whether the burden of proof was reversed and put on the applicant, on the candidate. And there is a clear standard established in this respect, in which we of course fully support and follow, is that in order to reverse it and put this burden of proof, you have to provide certain sufficient reasons, documentation, grounds should be there in order to demonstrate that there are legitimate questions with respect to the integrity which need to be clarified. And only after that, the candidate is invited or actually requested and expected to produce the evidences or the arguments in his or her defense. But of course, it's not possible just to call on the candidate and say that, or question the integrity without any basis. There should be a base for that. Otherwise, there will be clear violation of the international norms, of course.
Da, eu am văzut foarte multe comentarii.
I've seen a lot of comments, especially in the past 3 months, in the society at large, especially among people who know how the justice sector works. Comments of people trying to say that these commissions have been established as a political filter of the current government. And I want to use this opportunity to ask Mr. Bales or Mr. von Hebel, please tell us, how would you answer to these accusations? Because there's this cloud in the social media, in the internet media, according to which these commissions are playing the game of the government, are towing the government's line, so that this government has their judges and prosecutors in the justice sector.
Let me try to respond. I think the perception that you've described may reflect a confusion. The government certainly is supporting a policy of justice reform. That's been part of the articulated strategy now for a couple of years. That does not mean that in its implementation, the independent vetting commissions are responding to political concerns of the day by the government. Commissions were very carefully set up under the laws to operate with a very high degree of autonomy. The composition of the commissions, including international members, is partly aimed at securing that goal. And the criteria by which the subjects are evaluated are quite specific. And if someone were to review our decisions, whether our evaluation reports that we submit to the SCM or our decisions on the candidates that we evaluate under Law 26, I think it would be quite clear that we are very consistent in looking only to the objective criteria under the statute in our evaluation of subjects and explaining very thoroughly what has guided our decisions. So I think it might be that perception that you described, might reflect, again, failing to distinguish between a process that has been supported by the government and what the government's political decisions in a particular issue might be. But the Commission's, my experience has been that they do operate autonomously. They're committed to applying only the criteria that are set forth in the statute, and that political statements or political views haven't influenced the decisions that the commissions have made.
No,
Yeah, maybe
maybe I can briefly add to that and largely repeat what Scott just said. I fully agree. Of course, this process of legal reform in Moldova was initiated by the present government, and each of the commissions are in regular contact, of course, with in particular the Ministry of Justice and also members of Parliament in order to discuss the progress. But again, it was done in full independence. I personally would never have agreed to be part of a commission if I and my colleagues would not have been able to do our work in complete independence. You know, we have a number of members in the different commissions who have been a judge or a prosecutor in their own legal systems. They know very well what it means to act independently and impartially. And it's against those standards that we operate. And of course, also as the ODIHR representative has indicated, you know, and also the Minister of Justice, the whole process also looked upon from a perspective of the Venice Commission, from a perspective of the case law of the European Court of Human Rights on the independence and impartiality of the work of such commissions and the guarantees and rights of persons participating in the process. It's against those standards that we have consistently operated. Yes, we are financed by donors, but that doesn't mean that the donors can tell us how we operate. There again, we are completely independent and impartial. So I think both Scott and I, we are completely on the same page, and I think that anyone in any of our commissions have the very same feeling. So that by way of brief confirmation of how we strongly attach to the independence of our work. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. A question from Zoom for the members of the Vetting Commission. How a judge or a prosecutor should prepare knowing that an evaluation follows before they are announced? And when should they prepare for these evaluations? Because they have a lot of work, they have their duties, tasks at their jobs. I understand that this procedure of collecting documents, providing information takes time. So when should they prepare all of this? Yes, this is a question for Mr. Herman. They need to collect this data, this information when they have 60 or 600 cases. I don't know.
Question, and it goes of course also to the rights of the candidates in relation to the procedural rights that they have in relation to this process. What we have done at the very early stages, since we were of course the first one, and of course also for all candidates it was entirely new, is that we shared with them the kind of documents and forms that they had to fill in. We sought their feedback, and also when the actual evaluation in relation to candidates really got started, we gave them an advance notice. S-a întâmplat ceva, a dispărut. Da.
It seems that we lost the connection.
Yes, perhaps I can just expand a little bit on what Herman was saying. And I think this is true now with respect to all commissions, the pre-vetting commission, the judicial vetting commission, and the prosecutor's vetting commission. The kind of information that will be requested from the candidates, that's identified on the websites, because the form of declaration, the ethics questionnaire, they are there. So if a judge or a prosecutor, if their evaluation has not yet been initiated, but they anticipate it, they can go to the website and see the kind of information that will be requested. And that, I think, is probably the best.
Ca să le înceapă să le adune din timp. Da.
Yes, to start to gather them in due time, yes. I think it's time for lunch. But before that, a question for Madam Minister. The speed of this process of prosecutors and judges vetting. Tell us, what's the probability for this process to continue after parliamentary elections in 2025? And how do we ensure that vetting doesn't stop after the elections in 2025? I understand very well the question you're asking. And we, as government, we are very concerned whether the vetting will be finalized by 2025 before the elections. We're trying to participate in such discussions, to talk to members of the Commission. The government doesn't have anything to do with the commissions. They are working internally at their pace, and we cannot intervene because it will influence the quality and the independence of the commission's work. But we want for the work of the commission to be strengthened, actually, and through SCM and SCP. We're having discussions with members of the commissions on logistical aspects in order to advance the process of eliminating the shortage of staff, so that commissions can finalize this process in due time. In parallel, I'd like to say that in parallel with vetting, there are actions being done to fill positions in different institutions and build capacities. I mean, the new panels of the SCM-SCP, the capacity building of NIA, the National Integrity Authority. You know that they are in a process of reformation, restructuring. There's a draft law at the Parliament. The anti-money laundering service benefited from several amendments to build their internal capacities. And in this way, we hope that in a year, 2 years, we'll have an integrated mechanism with the involvement of all the authorities, a mechanism that will be more efficient and will provide the needed information, and that had to be in place for this vetting process. Thank you very much for the comments, and thank you for your participation. Now we'll go to lunch, and we'll come back here at 2:30 p.m. See you here at 2:30 p.m. Best of luck, and don't forget, this reform is very important, because without it we cannot be in the European Union.